Dear students, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. So I will continue the discussions with the questionnaire design. Then we'll go for scaling and sampling, if possible, or we'll keep the sampling for the next class. So, as we discussed in the step 2, let me wrap up, or let me present you what we discussed yesterday. So, step 1, all of you would be able to see the slide. And
Yes, sir.
step 2, decide on purpose of each question, decide on type and form of each question, decide on questionnaire language and wording, decide on type of measurement scales, evaluate questions on the basis of comprehensibility, knowledge, ability, and willingness to respond. So let me repeat it. Because questionnaire should be designed or framed in such a manner, the question should try to elicit or seek information from the respondents, and the questions to arouse interest in the respondents to respond. Questionnaire should arouse interest in them to respond with interest and encouragement. So therefore, because as you know, questionnaire is a key process of the research design, and the quality of the research largely depends on the quality of the questions, and the accuracy, or you may say the efficacy of research largely depends on the quality of answers and the quantity of responses, and and how respondents involved in answering the questions. So only presenting a questionnaire or asking a question in a scheduled method would not facilitate respondents to answer it on their own. The primary purpose of the researcher is to create such an environment when the questionnaire will be presented to them for answers. You create such an amicable, friendly environment that the respondent would feel that I am part of the research and I must contribute. I must share some of my thoughts that will solve the problems of the business problems, or policy problems, or program problems, or problems of other related things. So if my small contribution, my thoughts or my feelings or perceptions will be shared in the questionnaire, the researcher will analyze my responses, or all the responses. I will be a part of the research. I will be part of dealing with the research problems. So it is my contribution. This is the way we expect a researcher, like a student of MBA. When you go for dissertation, we expect you to interact with the respondents and introduce yourself properly, and try to find their leisure time. Whether you take the example, if you are in a shopping mall, so you just wait for a respondent when they relax it, either mostly when they go to a shopping mall with a family, So they themselves are you able to see the screen now?
No, sir.
Yes, yes. Actually, it is because of the rain in Pondicherry. So there is a power cut. So I am joining through my mobile. But anyway, I will share the slide in a group. So let me continue the discussion. So once the power is restored, then I'll join. You can see the slide. Just listen to me and I will share the slide with you.
Okay, sir.
So please bear with me. This is sorry, my inconvenience. So therefore, what I am trying to present to all of you, you know, uh, so therefore we need to ensure the quality of the questions, and we need to arrange the questions in a logical order, and we need to be careful about the language and wordings, and we should not use a particular language which will be uh, no not which will be unfamiliar to the respondents. For example, language should not be a barrier to collect information or collect responses. You may switch over to local languages. You may translate your questions into vernacular language, where a large number of the respondents can respond it uh, comfortably and clearly. Because ultimately you need answers, you need responses from them. Once you get responses, you can uh, translate them into English language or any language which you are going to prepare a report. So language should not be barrier, but mostly, you know, uh, if you go to villages or rural areas for data collection, perhaps respondents will not be able to answer it. But in the urban areas, vast majority of the respondents are familiar with English language. So language should be very simple, lucid, and clear. So then only you will be able to uh, get uh, you know responses, unbiased responses, or 100% responses. There will be no hesitation from the respondents to answer a particular questions. So therefore, then decide on types of measurements. Decide the types of the measurement of scales, which I am going to take a class. Maybe uh, after presenting the questionnaire, I'll go to the scale. So and so therefore, uh, so are you able to see the screen now?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, okay. I'll rejoin because power has come. I'll rejoin. Just a
Okay,
minute.
sir. Okay.
I hope you are able to see.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello,
Yes.
can you hear?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
There is a pause.
Boss is not there. Vijay, it is raining there.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Wonderful.
कहाँ चले गए पढ़ाते पढ़ाते?
Yeah, we can't hear you. Are these part of the hypothesis, or it's like what is that questionnaire design?
I think it's unit 2 questionnaire.
Yeah, I think this is just like a probing questions, right? So determining the
Okay.
result and
So
outcome.
is okay now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, so because sometimes there was auto. Sorry, because I told many things. Anyway, so then let me tell you what I told you when it was mute. The issue is once you finalize the questions and everything, you yourself answer the questions, and you feel how much time is taken to answer the questions, and you yourself understand whether these words are difficult or simple, and you may take the help of your friends to uh, and request them to read the questions and answer it. It is just like, it is a question of testing it, testing the efficacy, testing the um, time to be taken, words to be selected, shortlisted, etc. And try to ability and willingness to respond, as I told you earlier, because comprehensibility, knowledge, ability, and willingness of the respondents. Because questions are framed not for you to answer. Questions are framed from the respondents. As you know, if you try to collect the responses on the post buying behavior or the respondents on the holiday packages, when they buy the holiday from Thomas Cook or from other big global travel companies, and when they complete the travel, how do they feel about the service quality? How do they feel about the selection of the destinations? How do they feel about the uh, overall experience of your tour? So, so therefore, when you give the questionnaire, administer the questionnaire to the respondents to understand whether comprehensibility in the sense, how does a respondent understand it in a first attempt or second attempt and third attempt. And respondent should have clear knowledge and information to, to distinguish between, uh, you can classify the question when you administer the question, like in the scale, like Likert scale. So because a respondent should have the knowledge to differentiate the responses, differentiate the responses, and at the same time, respondents also must analyze it, and the ability to understand and willingness, as I told you, because each question will trigger interest in them. What is the next question? Curiosity. But a respondent must be extremely curious to answer one after another. So respondent should not feel, if I after one question, respondent should not lose interest or respondent should not get defensive. So the first two steps you always take into interest, because what you collect the data, that is called the raw materials. Because if you collect the quality of the raw materials, then your output will be, you will have the quality output. Then we go to the step three, the order of the question, which I have already told you, and physical appearance of the uh,
Hello, sir.
Just a minute, I'm joining.
Hi, funny WhatsApp group.
Sorry, there was a telephone call. So sorry. So then length of the question, because what I physical appearance, that means what I'm trying to tell you, the packaging presentation, because whatever may be the quality of the product inside a cover or inside a bottle, so the physical appearance should be attractive, because if you when you present a questionnaire to a respondent, so a questionnaire receives it, feel it, yes, it is a questionnaire. So you should not present it in an ordinary way, or it should not be presented in a way respondent will not value it. So therefore, it must be properly timed. It must be properly, alignment and the space, and then you can font size. You should decide all those things, and where the bold letters, because many of the respondents may have the problem of the reading the eye power. So that part also you have to take into consideration. Next one is the length of the questions, questionnaire total questionnaire length and length of the questions. Because if your questions are you see, what is essential, you please do this. If it's not essential, please don't do that. That is the things I'm trying to tell you. So you always look at the time to be taken by a respondent, because let me tell my experience as a research guide. So we try to weed out, we try to remove as many unwanted redundant things from the questionnaire. We are trying to keep only the only matters or words which are essentially important. Unimportant things you try to eliminate, weed it out. So length of the question should be taken, because, for example, if you go to a shopping mall, or if you go to somebody's house to collect the data or questionnaire, or any common place, because each one doesn't have the time. Why they want to spare time for you, unless and until their interest is involved or interest is affected. So therefore, this will be a voluntary work. This is the service they render to you out of their interest, out of their love and affection to you, the way you introduce. So therefore, the length of the question should not be too long. That is my suggestion to all of you when you go for dissertation work. You always keep in the mind, because this research methodology is not taught to you just to write in the exam and get the mark. Because my idea is to serve the two purposes. First is to clarify your doubts. Second is to enable you, or to clarify you, so that you will be able to do your project report in the end of the MBA programs, so that it will be an independent project work or project report which you will submit to the university, and where you can get a very good mark. And that report you can present to your authority where you are working, because majority of you must be working in different corporate sectors or public sectors. So once you finish your project report, because you must have taken leave from them, or leave or permission from them to join the DD program. In the end of the program, you need to present two things with a report. First is your certificate, second is a report. That is the dissertation report. So always you keep a report with you and make a very good quality report. And when you present a report to your authority, because they must be with MBA or engineering MBA, something like that, so management program, because they will be curious to know many things from you. So maybe a small transactions, small interactions, but you should present it with confidence and clarity, so that your authority will feel that you have learned it, and your capacity has been enhanced, and you are a different person after doing MBA from Pondicherry University. Yeah. So questionnaire length should be decided. Then determine introduction to respondents that I told you already, and then you try to write two important things in the beginning and in the end. In the beginning of the questionnaire, you write about you, about your background, and about the research problem, research objectives, very shortly. And in the end of that para, you write the data or information to be shared by you shall be kept very confidential. The name of the respondents will not be disclosed in any case. So, in the end of the questionnaire, you may again write. So, I uh, place in record your uh, time and knowledge, uh, or your involvement for sharing your experiences or your feelings to me, and which will be used for a very productive and constructive purpose. And at the same time, I request you to kindly fill up all the questions and return to me in person, or submit the questions in this place. You can submit the address, specify the name and address of the place, or sometime now there's a questionnaires. They are developing different Google forms, and they collect the responses. Respondents submit it. That is also there. Yeah. So next one is you will go, then check the questionnaire to questionnaire for errors. Pilot test questionnaires, assess questionnaires validity and reliability, which I'll tell you a little more about it. Because uh, even you shortlist the questions, even you eliminate unnecessary questions, but at the same time, you know, all the errors, whether it is sampling error or response error, standard error, mean error, there are different population error, there are different errors. So therefore, you try to minimize errors as much as possible, because sometimes question sampling error, sometimes question error will be given to the wrong respondents. Response error, sometimes respondents will not be able to understand the questions. They will randomly answer. That is called response errors. Sometimes the mean error, sometimes when you take the average mean, then the average mean will be sometimes not very encouraging. Standard errors, there will be a large variations of the responses from the mean. So there are different errors. So therefore, try to minimize the errors. You cannot make error-free responses, which is extremely impossible, and it should not be done, because no study is free from errors. But there is a tolerable limit. There is a
Excuse
bearable
me.
limit of the errors.
Excuse me, sir. Are you still on slide 2? Because you're talking about the sampling and errors, and I don't see it there.
No, actually,
There.
you see, because check questionnaires for errors. Are you getting a point?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that I'm talking with. Because you are all, you see, you never expect, because try to understand it. It's presenting in such a manner like a story. So therefore, then we go for pilot test of the questionnaire, because this is a mandatory formality for all the researchers to get the questionnaire tested by collecting responses in the pilot study. Pilot study in the sense, you take the questionnaires to the selected respondents, or you can use snowballing, mostly the uh, non-convenience sampling, mostly the non-sampling probability sampling methods will not be used in the pilot test. We use non-probability sampling, mostly the convenient sampling or snowball sampling, wherein we try to give the questionnaires and see to the respondent for a long time, and they read clearly and explain with you clearly, and then this is called like a pilot test. Before you bring the product to the market, you always try to administer the product. You take the example of medicine or automobile or anything. So always get tested through the users, focused users. So mostly here in the case 30 questionnaires or 50 questionnaires, mostly 30 questionnaires are administered to the respondents, key respondents whom you know or whom you can reach through by using snowball sampling reference group. And once you collect it, then you enter the questions, responses in a Excel sheet or SPSS sheet or any data analysis software, statistical software spreadsheet. Then that is the time you go for reliability test. So if you go to what is the reliability test? Let me explain you. There is a test used to know the inter-item coefficient of correlation. That means the questions are interrelated or not interrelated or interdependent. Are they consistent, coherent or not? So there is a reliability test which you can use by using SPSS or any other software, mostly SPSS and a statistical package for social science. So you use it, put the data, go to the command and go for reliability test. And in the reliability, we expect in social science, the reliability test must be 0.60. So it should be more than 0.60. That means the responses are correlated. Each question will, for example, 30 responses. So 30 responses, each questions will have the reliability test, and there will be overall reliability test. There will be overall reliability test, and there will be individual treatment of the reliability test. If the reliability test is 0.60, then you may return the questions. If the reliability test is less than 0.60, you may reframe the questions or you may eliminate the questions. So then sometimes you may go for normal distribution curve also, skewness and kurtosis you may use because to see the normal distribution of the data. And when you use the normal distribution skewness and kurtosis, whether your data are distributed across the well-shaped curve or not, that you can see in the graph and in the data. So then I may explain about the validity because which is very important for all of you. There are different content validity and criterion validity, and mostly the validity of the research refers to how well the results among the study participants represent two findings among similar individuals outside the study. The concept of validity applies to all types of clinical studies or social science studies. Am I right? So, because if you try to find the meaning, even you yourself can also understand reliability and validity are concepts used to evaluate the quality of research. They indicate how well a method, technique, or test measures something. Reliability is about the consistency of measure, as I told you earlier. Validity is about the accuracy of measurement. It is important to consider reliability and validity when you are creating a research design or when it is a quantitative research. So reliability, if you try to find the difference between the two, why does it tell you? The extent to which the results can be reproduced when the research is repeated under the same conditions. That means when you take the questionnaire to anywhere, because once the questionnaire is tested with reliability, so you need not go to collect the data. Anybody can take the questionnaire and collect the data. Am I right? Because it is a tested tool to capture the data. For example, if you have a measurement pot, so whether you use the measuring pot in Puducherry or Chidambaram or Coimbatore or Madurai, the pot will give the equal the same results, 1 kilo, 1 kilo, 1 kilo. There will be no variation if the measuring tool will be taken from one place to another. So once the questionnaire is tested in the pilot study with reliability, that means questionnaire becomes a tool. It becomes a instrument to capture the data. So you may engage your research scholar, you may engage a person which you can hire to collect the data. So whoever collects the data is immaterial, but the data will be captured accurately because there is a reliability test. Because that means what? The questionnaire is dependable and reliable. And in the same plane, the extent to which the results really measure what they are supposed to measure. Because what I am trying to tell you, because what is expected is what is supposed to be measured, it should measure. It should not measure other things. That is called validity. How is it assessed? By checking the consistency of results across time, across different observers, across parts of the test itself. Because you may collect the data at a different time, you may collect data from the different respondents, and when you use it should be assessed properly. By checking how well the results correspond to established theories and other measures of the same concept. Because validity is all about how your result is related to the results of the previous studies. So therefore, you need to compare it whether these results are related to the existing theories or the older theories. How do they relate? A reliable measurement is not always valid. The results might be reproducible, but they are not necessarily correct. A valid measurement is generally reliable. If a test produces accurate results, they should be reproducible. Am I right? So therefore, I don't want to take much of the time on this. So then we'll go to the next slide. So here you see type survey, question type, data type, and analysis potential. Because here you see open-ended numerical entries. You can have open-ended question, you can have close-ended question. So you can have interval scales. You can use 5-point scale like strongly, agree, neither agree, not disagree, disagree, strongly disagree. You can use rank ordering, ordinal, 1, 2, because sometimes you can give the order. Nominal, you can give male, female, transgender, you can give rural, urban, you can give, city and village. You may see tier 1 city, tier 2 city. You may, because this is a nominal, is not the value, is just a code. So then we'll go to, based on your recent online shopping experience, please read below. This is an example. As I told you, you just see it here, the interval scales. The interval scale is all about the 5-point scale. So these are the things: user friendliness, interface, speed, product catalog, consumer service return policy, importance and satisfaction. So based on your recent online shopping experience, please rate below items based on your how important they are for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because this is the way you can scale it. Then, as I told you, the nominal scale, which of the following best describes your current relationship status? Because we call it close-ended questions. One is called open-ended questions, another is called close-ended questions. This is a close-ended question because of nominal scale. We try to know the status of the relationship of the respondents. Are they married, or are they widow or widower? You may also write divorced, separated, single, unmarried. There are different live-in. Too many categories you can create now. So then you try to again in a domestic partnership or civil union, single but cohabiting with a significant other, single never married, like different categories you can create because to classify the respondent in different groups. For example, if you take a classification of the respondents can be, if you go for 500 respondents, 500 respondents can be classified into 6 groups. and you may take this particular responses: user friendliness, interface, speed, product catalog, customer service, and return policy. So you can use the frequency. How many married respondents are responded, user friendliness, interface, like that. But in the, as per the suggestion of the researcher or statisticians, interval scale data should not be, the frequency table should not be used for the interval data. We can only use descriptive statistics, mean, standard deviation, correlation, pattern analysis, etc. We should not use the frequency. Right. So then we'll go to for another type of question. Sometime we may ask question like, have you ever smoked marijuana? Am I right? Or have you ever smoked cigarette, for example? So if you, for example, get yes, then your next question will be, how many times have you smoked cigarettes? Because it is a close-ended questions. So we may say this is a rank type of questions. Am I right? This is a rank type of questions. Ones, 2 to 5s, 6 to 10 times, 11 to 20 times, and more than 20 times. Where the starts with 0, we call them as a ratio. You may say, yeah, because if you start our age 0 to 18, because primarily we don't do that, because we start from the 18 minimum age, 18 to 30, 30 to 42, 42 to 54, or something like that, 60, like that, 18, 36, then 54, or 72, so or above. You can make 5 categories of respondents. There is no point of going beyond 54, or you may go maximum 72. Their responses will be less, because you may not get respondents who are extremely senior citizens or old, because they don't take botheration of understanding and answering it. So this is a way you may, for example, you may say, how many times have you ever visited a shopping mall? This could be the first question. Yes, no. If it is yes, like that. If it is no, you may say, what are the reasons for no? You may also list out the reasons to get the responses from you. Do you believe that a death penalty is ever justified? So, for example, if you ask a judge or a lawyer, or a victim, or a person who is acquitted, who is convicted, you just ask, do you believe that death penalty is ever justified? So please enter your gender, male and female, transgender nowadays. You can also include it. These two are, we call the nominal scale. So this is a typical questionnaire, which you can see little bigger size. A study on consumer satisfaction and perception level on refrigerators with special reference to a road in Tamil Nadu. This is called the demographic or socio-economic profile of the respondents. Name of the respondents, education, occupation. These are all, we call it as nominal data. Marital status also nominal. So age, is also nominal. Amount of income, you may say below 10,000 means it may be 0. Under 25, because we should not say 0. Under 25, but mostly we try to say start from 80. So then what was the source of information about a refrigerator is a nominal scale. Which company or brand refrigerator you have used is also a nominal scale. So then this is another interval questions. I'll take you to the that place that you can understand.
Sure, I can hear you.
This is the interval questions. I have already shown you.
Hello?
Yes. Hello.
Your volume is too low, Professor.
Pardon? Mr. Victor?
Your volume is too low.
Okay, I'll see to that. But I have given 100%. Is it now okay? Fine.
It's better now to me.
Because sometimes it depends on the internet speed. So, but I'll share this slide with all of you. So you can create a common group or somebody you can reach it. Or I can I in the chat box, can I upload it? Something like that. Let me see. So if you ask this question about this help understanding comprehension, foster exchange knowledge, made problem solving easier, stimulated critical thinking. This is always about the human resource, mostly the leadership questions, more relaxed atmosphere, received usefulness feedback, gave me fresh insight. This is about the feedback on the uh, working environment or environment of the organization. How does an employee feel about the feel about the working environment of an organization? So you can have 20 questions. So uh, because you may go for because this is not for using the final data. Out of 100%, 26.3% respondents responded strongly agree, 73.7% agreed agree. This is just for your understanding to know to what extent they have responded it. But you may not draw any conclusion or any inference, or you may not be able to do any analysis by using the percentage. Only you would come to know the division of data or the frequency of the data. More than that, you have limitation. You don't have uh, you know, more options of doing analysis. So this is the data where you can use. This is a 5-point scale. You can use mean, average mean. You can use standard deviation. You can use correlation. You can use factor analysis. You can use structural equation modeling. You can use analysis of variance as a no hypothesis test tool. You may use t-test because this is a parametric data. This is not a non-parametric data. So you may ask me what is parametric data, what is non-parametric data. So let me explain you what is parametric data and what is non-parametric data. Because you may yourself also can read it clearly. Parametric data or parameter tests are those tests which make assumptions about the parameters of the population distribution from which the sample is drawn. Because sample is drawn from a population in the universe, so you need to the distribution of the population in the sense they may be, because I have told married, unmarried, single, like that the status. So the population distribution you can see this is often the assumption that the population data are normally distributed, because as I told you, before you go for analysis you should go for normal distribution data. If your data are normally distributed, not skewed, that means data population, the respondents are clearly distributed. So non-parametric tests are distribution free, because you don't take the normal distribution because you never mind whether data is skewed or not skewed or one-sided like that. Right? But further I can explain you. Hypothesis testing is one of the most important concepts in statistics,
Sir?
because sometimes what you do, we use the hypothesis test. Why you use the hypothesis test? Use the hypothesis test. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Okay, sir.
So the basic principle behind the parameter test is that we have a fixed set of parameters that are used to determine the probabilistic model. So that for mean and standard deviation used in the beginning, and primarily we try to use this because you can use it. I already told you t-test, analysis variant test, MANOVA test, Taki test. So because it is a parametric test, because here the distribution is not free, but the population should be distributed where the sample is drawn. Population should be normally distributed when the sample is drawn. That means all categories of the when you classify the respondent into male and female or among transgender, that means we expect that there must be responses from all three categories. So non-parametric tests are those tests, they don't assume anything about the distribution. So therefore we use chi-square test, Mann-Whitney test, Kramer test, Puskal-Wallis test, etc. So if you try to Wilcoxon signed a rank test, Mann-Whitney U test, Puskal-Wallis T, which is Spearman's coefficient test, and chi-square test. So these are some of the hypothesis tools are used. Parametric tests are those that assume that the sample data comes from a population that follows a probability distribution, the normal distribution with a fixed set of parameters. So, because for example, parametric tests have a couple of assumptions, because with that assumption only we can consider the data is parametric. Because the sample data comes from the population that approximately follows a normal distribution. As I told you, the bell-shaped curve, yesterday I showed you. Homogeneity of variance, the sample data come from a population with the same variance. So there will be same or equal variance. Independence, the sample data consists of independent observations or sample randomly. For example, if you use convenient sampling, here we have a limitation of using the parametric test, because in the non-probability sampling method, we sometimes we may collect data from each group, but sometimes we may have biases towards that. So yesterday I told you the degrees of freedom, about 5% or 10% of significance level. So the degrees of freedom are essentially the number of independent values that can vary in a set of data. Okay, so then we'll go to the next slide, which another type of scale which we call the staple scale. The scale which I showed you earlier in the 10th slide, that is called the Likert scale, or framed in the interval scale, the interval measurement scale. This is called staple scale in the comes under the interval scales. Here there will be no extremely important or extremely unimportant. Here we have kept the responses open 1 to 5, expensive and inexpensive, convenient, inconvenient, reliable, unreliable, friendly, unfriendly, modern, old-fashioned, wide selection, very limited selections. So you can frame the questionnaire in this manner and give to the respondents. Let the respondent answer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the scale. So that means if their responses is 2, they are closer to expensive. If their responses are 4, 5, they are closer to inexpensive. Then when they are 3, they maintain the equidistance. They are neither expensive nor inexpensive, because they are not clear. They are undecided, uncertain. So this is the last slide where you can use another type of scale, interval scale. Please rate your purchasing experience in Walgreens on the basis of the following. For example, Walmart or any shopping complex. So availability of products, knowledge of store associates, efficiency of billing associates, customer oriented service. You are going to rate them rate, yes, particular shopping mall on 4 parameters: availability of products. Plus 5, plus 4, plus 3, plus 2, plus 1. It is a 10 points Likert scale: -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. So this is primarily, as you know, this is a kind of psychological test conducted by the respondents to know more micro observations, micro perceptions, very you know uh, intricate observations, critical observations. If you unlock the scale, so that means you are trying to get more accurate information or responses from the respondents. So if you have anything, you please you can have a discussions. I discussed with you about the different steps of the designing a questionnaire. I discussed with you about the how can we test and retest the data, what is the meaning of reliability and validity. Then I explained about the different scales: nominal scale, interval scales, ordinal scale, and ratio scales. Then I presented you the recommended statistical tool as against the scales. Yeah, because then I explained you a parametric and non-parametric. One is a distribution free, another is non-distribution free. And another one is a parametric test is a test which is used on a data which is collected the data which must be normally distributed, and the variance must be equal. And when you go for non-parametric data, the data may not be normal, it is distributed, and there may not be equal variance. Then what I presented you different questionnaires, especially the interval questionnaires, Likert scales, 5-point Likert scales. Then 5-point Likert scale open-ended in the sense there will be no such uh, uh,
Excuse me, sir.
important, unimportant. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think that's good summary. So could you also just help them, whatever topics you covered, can you also tell me that which sections or unit and
Yes,
section?
yes. You see, we have.
Because for further reading or
Yes, you are correct. Because you may say you see without meaning of your research, objective research, significance of research, scope of research, types of research, and then I discuss with about the developing questionnaire, research processes. I discuss with you, and then I discuss the measurement of scale. That is objective of research. These are the things I have covered. Measurement of skills. All right. So you just see. I think I have completed almost to the level of your 3rd unit. Clear? Pranavji?
So you are saying 3rd unit also is covered. In 3rd unit, are you also going to cover the numericals, the statistical analysis and all that?
Sir, I think we have covered until 2nd unit only, sir, because the topics which you are talking is all until 2nd unit only. Because
Okay.
yeah, 3rd unit have static analysis and kind of analysis things.
See, and that the next class will discuss about different tests, mean, standard deviation, analysis. I will present you how are they used and how can you use them for inference, and how are you going to do the interpretations.
Yeah, one request, sir, if you can make, right? I know like you are trying to give the best and different examples, but if you can at least go through the syllabus, right? Because then we'll be able to connect more. This is a first time subject.
I am referring to the syllabus. Kindly don't remind me.
No. What I'm saying is like we are having difficulty in finding the topics.
No. Please listen it. Actually, overall, if you ask me,
we are not able to understand, sir.
So because if you go by the word by word, because in the 7 classes which cannot be covered. So what I'm trying to tell you, you please present me what are your difficulties. That is why we have kept open for 2-3 minutes. so that I will note it down. Perhaps in the next class I can discuss with you. If you have any doubts, because ultimately you are attending the classes to develop a questionnaire. You are attending the class to write the questions on research methodology correctly. You are attending the class so that you can do independent research during your project work. So I am trying to clarify it as much as possible. So if you fail to understand after attending the class, my suggestion to all of you is that please refer to the materials provided to you. Please read them. All right. So once you read them, because what I presented you today, because these are the scales, these are the use of the statistics. I have told you, parametric test, which are ANOVA test, t-test, non-parametric test, Managerial test, chi-square test. So these are the tests I have presented you. This is also part of the third unit. Therefore, because this is the way I am trying.
So agree, sir. That's why I was asking the sections, right, so that we can go and refer back.
No, actually, Pranabji, if you have any doubts, please ask me. I am going by the syllabus because this is a lecture I am giving you overall, so that I have told you reliability and validity, parametric, non-parametric, which is there.
Sir, excuse me. Since this paper contains 40% problem questions and 60% theory questions, do you have any plan on that 40% problem question? You have any study material, or you are going to lecture about that?
Yes. In the next class, I am going to show you the hypothesis test. Next class, I am going to present you the different, because once you collect the data, how do you enter the data? Data collection, data compilation. How are you going to present the data? In the last class or last class, I will present you the SPSS, Statistical Package for Social Science. So how the data can be entered, how the data can be analyzed, how we will get the output. That also I will try to do it if it is possible. But my suggestion to all of you, please ask any of your doubts. That is more important, so that I will be able to clarify it, or I will note it down. Maybe in the next class I will try to clarify it, because we are not connected in person. We are connected in virtual mode. So there are gaps in understanding each other. Sometimes internet is unstable. Sometimes you are not properly listening. The voice is low. There are certain barriers in the communication. But I am trying my best to present you as much as possible, so that you will be able to do independent research, independent project work. This is the flow I am maintaining it. So I hope you would understand the way I am planning to clarify your doubts on the research, but I expect all of you to read the materials before you attend the classes. So thank you very much. Please attend your next class. We'll meet in next week. Happy weekend.
Thank you, sir.
Next time,
Thank you, sir.
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 Thank you, sir. Hi, guys.
Next time, subject.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
Is there any group available for MBA first semester?
Hi. Good morning to all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning to all. Can we start the class? It's Managerial.
Sure, madam. Good morning.
Yes, madam.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Thank you, madam. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Okay, we start the class.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam. Yes,
Yes,
madam.
ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Today is Mahadeva, madam.
Yes, of course. Here also.
Wishes.
Thank you, same to you.
Happy wishes, madam.
Thank you, same to you, same to you. Nice. Okay, we'll start with the class.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
What did we, a quick recap from yesterday's class. Okay, so what did we see yesterday? We started with what economics is. It is nothing but, we call it as analysis of choice making behavior. In simple English, we can say it is nothing but analysis of choice making behavior. And here, I'm not able to share my screen. One sec, I'll call them and I'll get back to you. Did the previous professor was sharing the screen? I think so.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll just call them and get back to you. I'm not able to share the screen. I'm just muting.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Carry on.
Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Next what class?
Managerial economics.
Who told me?
No, I think managerial economics, not account.
Managerial.
Yeah.
Okay, till I'm given the power to share my screen, I will just speak what we did yesterday. We spoke about what economics is. It's like, as someone exactly said, it's a study of how individual and society deals with unlimited wants and limited resources. And then economics, it's called as a study, science of scarcity itself. It's a choice making theory. There are two types over here that only we said it is nothing but analysis of choice making behavior. We call economics as analysis of choice making behavior. There are two main streams over here. One is micro and another one is macro. Micro, as said, in economics, we can say what is microeconomics is study of individual units. Okay. So anything for that matter, firm, individual consumers, household, all these comes under study of microeconomics. And macroeconomics, we can say country as a whole, a study of the entire economy. Economy as a whole means we have so many things over there. What, like example, aggregate demand, aggregate supply, some aggregation itself, and inflation, unemployment, GDP, recession, all these we can say as a macroeconomics. We can segregate it as macroeconomic. The relationship between these two, you can write it as macro is equal to summation of micro. So all the micro, I'll just share my screen. I've been given. Is my whiteboard visible?
Yes,
Able to see my whiteboard? Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Here I can say
Yes, ma'am.
macro, I can give it a summation of micro. All micro activities, I give it as a summation of macro. Summation of micro only will lead me to macro activity. That is what I said. Macro means study of the entire economy, study of entire world. And here in economics, we 5 important terms. As I said, some keywords are there. Kindly note it down. These are called as a keywords. So while speaking itself, I'll be giving the definition in a simple way. So if you can take notes, you can just have a notes with you, or you can follow this. It's fine for me. We have key terms like investment. It's the keyword. You have investment. What is investment? Okay, I'll just give the keywords. You have the keywords with you. We have scarcity is one of the important word in economics. Trade-off, we speak. We have something called as investment, we speak. We say utility. We say marginal. The term called marginal. Marginal, will we be speaking about it in the entire syllabus itself. We knew about it. Then there's something called as production possibility. All these are keywords in economics. I think yesterday itself we started with this, and then we have some circular flow. We went through the circular flow. I think you remember. We have firms over here, business firms over here. We have households here. We have what did we see yesterday here in this space? In this space, what did we see?
We have seen
Resources
resource market. Product market.
Very good. This is product market where product are sold, and here only RM, resource market. Government is now here in the center. It plays a vital role. So actually here, in the circular flow, we see how product, resources, money flow, everything happens in an economy. The resources are used by the business people, businessman, and then you and me are the household. We are going to the product market and getting the product, and then how government plays a role in all these 4 things. And there is something called as import export is also there, bank is also there. Everything is within this. This is a circular flow of an economy. How money goes one way and the goods and services flows in another way. How consumers are spending and they are receiving goods and services. That only we saw yesterday in this circular flow of an economy. And then we started with what demand is, right? What is demand? What did you speak about demand? We said demand is nothing but
The requirement
and the ability.
Ability to get a commodity. Okay. And then in a simple word, we can give like this also. Demand means the different quantities of goods that consumers are willing. I'm again repeating the different quantities of goods that consumers are willing. The different quantities of goods that consumers are willing and able to buy at different price. And able to buy at different price. Right? So here we had an exam. What did we say? What did we saw? The first one is definition of demand. Second one is law of demand. What did we say of law of demand? Law of demand is nothing but
Inverse relationship upon time to time it varies.
The demand increase, price also increase.
Yes, and vice versa. Demand and price are inversely related. That is what law of demand says. As demand increases, price decreases, or price increases, demand decreases. So this is called as law of demand. And next we saw about third one was demand schedule. Right? What is demand schedule? It is nothing but a table which gives a different combination of price and quantity demanded. I'll write the price here and quantity demanded here. A table which gives a different combination of price and quantity demanded. So in our yesterday's example, we had price to be, what did we have price? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and quantity demanded, we had 10, 20. 10, 20, 30. Yeah? Any doubt?
No, ma'am, please proceed.
Okay. Because we have less time, no? So anything means you see. So this was demand schedule. And based on the demand schedule, if you draw a graph, it becomes demand curve. See, all these, you follow this line, you can finish the, what is that? A big answer. It's a big question. If they ask in demand, you just follow all these points and it's very simple. Everything will have a continuation. So you can follow the flow also. This is demand curve. What is demand curve? We said following this, I'm having in my, please kindly take a note of it. Quantity demanded will be in your x-axis and price will be in your y-axis. And then you have to mark the axis. It is demand is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So yesterday, I think I gave the other way around. And this is, you can take even in 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it will be like this. So demand always slopes down. Okay, the demand curve slopes down. There is some exceptional demand also that we'll speak about it. Take your notebook. What is your textbook? One second, I'll take your textbook. Demand always says there is an inverse relation between price and quantity demanded. That is the reason why the curve slopes down. But when the demand curve slopes down, there are three cases over here. The reason for demand curve to slope down. Case 1 will be income effect, case 2 will be substitution effect, and case 3 will be law of diminishing marginal utility. Okay? Are you taking it down?
Could you repeat the points, ma'am? Income effect and?
Income effect, substitution effect. Yesterday we spoke about income and substitution effect. And then the third one is law of diminishing marginal utility. Before that, I'll give a small data set. You try to draw a graph if you can draw. Okay. So we have something called as utility. Yesterday I gave this term, no, utility. What was utility? I said this is, what is it? Satisfaction.
Satisfaction.
Utility means satisfaction. So utility, U-T-I-L-I-T-Y, utility, and this is measured in utils. So you're not pure economics, so I needn't concentrate so much speaking about the units. But if in case in exam you get utils, means it indicates utility only. And then we have something called as marginal utility and total utility. Okay, I just give a with few words, I'll give the definition itself. Marginal utility is additional made to total unit. That's all. Addition made to total unit. Okay, this is marginal utility. So this is marginal utility, MU, and total utility is summation of all units. Okay, and why we are going to speak about this marginal utility reason is, as I said, utility means satisfaction. A simple example I'll give. When you consume one commodity, I'll give a data set and I'll tell you how it is. You see how it is increasing. So assuming my first unit I'm taking, my utility in consuming the first biscuit or the first chapati is 20. When I go to the second, when I had the crave to eat the first one, the crave will not be the same, right? I think you'll understand this concept because it is everyday, day-to-day life, we are experiencing this. I'm very hungry. I want to eat a cupcake or a cake. When I saw the cake, I'm having the urge to eat it. When I take the first piece, I have a lot of satisfaction. You would have definitely realized these things, but you wouldn't have thought it as a name. In economics, we call this as utility, marginal utility and total utility. So the first cake, when I took, I'm giving it a mark because a mark can differ from you and me. Whatever I ate, I feel I'm giving it as 20 mark. And the second cake will not give me the same satisfaction as I had in the first cake. I think you will accept with this. First, when you're very feeling that urge to eat, I'm eating it. In that case, I'm giving it full mark. My utility is to the top. It's full. In the second, when I take the second piece of cake, it will never be equal to the first piece of cake because already my thing has come down, right? So I'm giving. Yes.
Right, ma'am. That's true.
Yes, right. And the third one, when I take the third piece, I feel like eating the third piece of cake also. But it won't be equal to first or second. Definitely, it will be less than the second also. So I can give it 10 marginal utility. I'm measuring here as 10. And the final, assuming I'm having the fourth also, I feel I want to eat it. In one stage, you will feel, stop. That's enough. I'm full. Even in spite of that, if it is more over there, you eat means you cannot eat. You have reached that point. So each and every one would have experienced this. You can take anything for that matter. You can put any dish you like in that place and you can think. First chapati with your lovely side dish. When you eat the first one, you'll be excellent. Second one, you like to eat, but it won't give that type of thing when when the second one goes inside. Third, fourth, stop. In one case, you will say enough, I'm full. When you take more, we call it as a different case itself. It goes out. You get a negative utility because since it is there, I cannot eat. Okay, since it is there, if I'm in a competition where I have to eat more, I will eat. But what happens? I'll get a negative, negative utility in that case. I think you will accept with me. And what is this total utility? Total utility is just a total. First, I'm having 20. 20 plus 30? 20 by 15 is 35. 35. Then I get 45, right? Then I get 50. And then I get 50. You can do this after the class also, or if you're doing along with me, it's no issue. You try the number over here, unit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your x-axis is the unit over here, and in your y-axis you have total utility / marginal utility. So here I'm giving 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. You try to draw the graph. When you try to draw the graph, your total utility will go to maximum and then it will fall. See, your total utility reaches a maximum.
Is 45, I think.
Come again.
Ma'am, how it is 50? The total utility is
45.
50 in last one.
Sorry, sir, 45 here. I can give a +5 itself over here because it remains the same, and 6th unit also I can reduce 2. So 50, 50 and 40. Yes, someone else asked. Some girl voice. Can you repeat it?
Yes, ma'am. That only I asked. How it is -5?
Sir. No, -5 is it has reached that stage. I'm not happy with it, but for some reason I'm taking it. We call it exactly one term in Tamil, but I don't know what I'll tell you because many people are here. So in that stage, I feel yes, it is enough. I'm contented. I'm full. I cannot take more. I'm done. So after that, if I'm forced to take one, I feel I don't enjoy that food, right? You don't enjoy it. So the case where you're getting a negative utility in that case. So you go.
Sorry to disturb.
Yeah.
Ma'am, this 50 value you had given for the first unit, that is the value you had given for full satisfaction, like 50?
Yeah, it's your choice. You can. I said no. It depends upon you and me. If I feel like giving 100, also I can give. Here for namesake, I'm giving 20. It's enough. I'm giving 20 for mine. You can give 100. You can give 50. It's your choice, and it depends. It's a psychological term. You should accept with this because you and your friend are going to the same shop. Okay, you love the cake so much. You're giving 50 mark. Your friend is giving 20. 30 mark. So you cannot make him to give the same. I like, or it is your choice and your friend's choice. And also this is a psychological term. You cannot compromise. You cannot say that both of us will be giving the same rating or both of us can like it or do not. Your friend can give it 50 or 100. So it is just for namesake I'm giving this number.
This marginal utility you are giving decremental by the number of 5, no ma'am. Actually,
it is not. You needn't decrement. No, it is not because because all of us are here. We have limited class. To make the addition simpler without complicating, I gave it as 5. I can give it as 7 also. I can give it as 10 because in the second, assuming I ate the first one as a Malabar parota. Okay, so thick. So much it was. I was not able to finish it. When I go to the second one, I can give it as a 3 or 7 also. Right?
Sure, sir.
It depends upon the food also. And here there are some other cases also. For water, this total utility and marginal utility never works for water. Because water, they usually never take over here. When you feel that urge, you drink. And then for diamond. Because diamond, they say luxurious good. Or for money. When people are so crazy about money, they never get that contentment over there. Yes, it's enough. I took it. The total utility keeps increasing in that case. Your marginal utility never comes to an end. Each and every unit you get profit, you keep on thinking that you want to gain more. So there are certain criticism over here. You cannot generalize it. Okay. So, but this is used for certain other cases also. So this law of diminishing marginal utility, this can be one of the reason for demand curve to slope down. So what is this law of diminishing marginal utility states? As you add one more additional unit, your output eventually decreases. Your total unit, your output eventually decreases in the sense your total unit increase because you're taking, see, the unit one, your first biscuit you took, second biscuit you're taking, third biscuit you're taking. It keeps on increasing. With that only, your total unit also increases. As we said, total unit is a summation of marginal unit. So you just keep on summing it up. But marginal unit, eventually on taking one by one unit, there is a decrease because human or our mentality is when you consume more and more of a good, your utility over there, it decreases. So that is a reason why the demand curve slopes down. And this one, because this total utility and marginal utility, definitely you will be doing in one case. So I thought I'll introduce it over here also. And what happens here? Law of diminishing marginal utility, I said, you consume one more unit, your utility decreases. That's all. And if you have time, you go and draw it. You'll be getting a curve somewhat like this. When total utility is maximum, your marginal utility will be 0. Yes, in one case it must be 0. I think 5. Yeah, next case is 0. Here it will be 0. Because here, as I said, no, I said yes, I've stopped, I'm happy, I'm full, I'm done. So when your total utility is maximum, your marginal utility will be 0. So just when you, with this data set you draw, you'll be getting a curve like this somewhere. When your total utility is maximum, this will reach 0, right? It's 0. And then what happens is, in one case it goes to negative. This is marginal utility and this will be total utility. You can try drawing it after the class also. And then, yeah.
Ma'am, I just want to understand why marginal utility will be go in negative. If I don't want to eat,
I said no. I said in one case, if you're it's a condition, like you're going to have a what it is, competition. You have to eat. You have to finish the plate. You have reached that, but you are doing it for the sake of doing it.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
In that case, it becomes negative. Okay, so we have done with all these demand curve we have drawn, and law of diminishing. Then demand curve slopes down, and then we have something called as types of demand. Just have a look at your. I'll just have a look at your unit income, your syllabus. Yeah, I forgot to say this. Objective of a firm. You remember what is the objective of a firm? It is very important.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the objective of a firm? Very simple. Don't complicate. Very, very simple. See, your increase output. Yes, increase output, increase satisfaction, increase your organizational goal, increase revenue, increase your profits. Yeah, increase sales. Very good. All these are objective of firm. I'll open the picture. See, the objective of firm, these 5 also is enough. Maximizing growth. Okay. Profit minimizing cost. With the minimum cost, the organization should maximize the profit. Okay. And then the next point will be, because I forgot, this is also important, right? What is the objective of a firm? And then one more question, which I saw in the previous question paper, which is from your textbook itself. I'll go through a textbook and tell you what is the relation between managerial economics and other subjects. There can be a question like that. How can you relate managerial economics with other subjects? I think the answer will be in your textbook also, because where is it? Managerial economics with the where is it? I think I saw it here. Somewhere I remember seeing in your
Page number 6, ma'am.
6. Have a look at it. So that also can be asked. With other disciplines, managerial economics with other disciplines. Managerial economics is a combination of micro and business economics, and you can say how it is closely related to statistics and maths, because you saw, no, you speak everything of data. You have data for demand, supply, utility, cost, market. Everywhere you use data, so it is closely related with maths and statistics. And accounts, in the sense you speak about profit here, you speak about accounting profit, economic profit you speak. Then even the other subjects also you can bring over here. If I can do it, I will include those things in the PPT and I'll send it to you when I share the PPT. Okay. And next one is, what did we see? Types of demand. What is the types of demand? What are the different types of demand? As per your textbook, there are many different types of demand. The key 3 types of demand, I will give it over here. Okay, they have 3 important types of demand. One, it is also okay if you can write the other demands also as in your textbook. There is direct, indirect demand, durable, non-durable demand. Yesterday itself we said what is durable and non-durable. Durable means which can be used more than once over a period of time. Non-durable, life is actually given. It can be even per day, few hours, everything. Direct, indirect demand, total market demand is there, short and long run demand, and importantly 3 demands I'll tell you. Okay, the rest are given in your textbook. So 3 most important demand is, one, we have price demand, and the second one we have income demand, because it will be easy when I go for elasticity. So I'm telling this income demand, and the third one is cross demand.
Sorry, Mr. Jayaguru, please mute your device.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going through what are we speaking? Types of demand.
What is the third one?
Third one is cross demand, CROSS, cross demand. And there are other demands also from your textbook. Those will be very direct ones. You can write it. The reason why I'm choosing these 3 is, we will speak about elasticity now. If these 3 concepts are clear, elasticity will also be clear for you. That is the reason why I'm emphasizing on these demands. The other demands, at least have 5 to 6 demands in your mind, so that when they ask in short answers, write a note on different types of demand. You can write durable, non-durable demand, direct demand. Yesterday we said, no, consumer good and producer's good. So directly which satisfies our want is direct demand, like that you can say. And indirect demand is also there. Indirectly, that commodity satisfies our need. And this price demand, income demand, and the cross demand. Price demand, very simply telling, same thing what we saw now. It has a relationship with price and quantity demanded. As price increases, demand decreases, or as price decreases, demand increases. Same thing you can write, but importantly, you have to draw a curve. So I'm having price here, I'm having demand here, and the price demand curve will be like this. And you should say this is price demand curve. Got it? Is it okay, or should I increase the size?
No, ma'am, it's okay.
Yes, madam.
The second one is income demand. Okay, what is income demand? Eraser. Income demand is relation between income and demand. Yesterday we saw there's a relation between income and demand. To buy a commodity with the available income, that is what the ability and willingness to buy a commodity in the available income at a given period of time, as given in your textbook. So understand the concept, you needn't even mug up. There is a relation between income and demand. How the relation is, as income increases, demand increases. As income decreases, demand also decreases. Meaning there is a direct relation between income and demand. So how the curve will be? I'm giving income
Straight
here.
line. Straight line passing through.
Straight line. Yeah, linear line. Very good. So the line is straight. So how is it straight? As the price, as your, sorry, this is income, right? Income, and this is demand. As your income is less, if my income is less, my demand is also less. If my income is more, I'm earning 5 lakhs, my demand is also more. Okay. And here, as I said, it is inversely related. So it is 0, 1, 2, 3, and this is 1, 2, something like this. So there is an inverse relation. And the third one is cross demand. Under cross demand, you have two important concepts. So here you should understand this. The important concepts are substitution and income. Yesterday, what did we see? Did we see about substitution effect?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
No, we just we have a
Substitution?
No, ma'am, no.
No?
no.
Yes, ma'am. We saw yesterday about income and income effect and substitution effect. So I remember seeing it. So what is substitution and what is substitution effect? Can someone tell what is substitution effect?
When the cost of the tea is increases,
Yes.
and the cost of, when we go in the market and see that the cost of tea and coffee is same, we purchase the coffee. This is the substitution effect.
Come again.
We are replacing the item in cheap price instead of large price.
One item is replaced by other item. Compromised.
Exactly. That is the term. One item is replaced by another item. I'll give you and you tell me how the curve will be. So substitution effect is there. What did I say? Demand for tea will increase if the price of coffee increases. Because see, what are we doing? We are having only two axes over here. Axis X has a quantity demanded, axis Y has a price. What did you say? When the price of coffee increases, I'm going for tea because I feel tea is relatively cheap when compared to coffee. So I'm going for tea. But when I'm going to represent it in a curve like this, in a graph like this, with a two-dimensional graph like this, with an X and Y axis, how will I represent? So I have only demand and price. So in this case, demand will be for tea and price will be for coffee. Clear? Understand this. This is a little tricky. So if you are clear with this, come again.
Graphical representation.
Again, the graph will be linear.
Yes, tell me, any doubt?
Madam, please explain the graphical representation.
That's only I'm coming. Listen. The others, please kindly mute. Okay. Someone who's okay. Listen. What did we say yesterday about substitution effect? Since it was the first class, I don't want to confuse you. Substitution is something which is replacing another commodity. So when I went to the market, I found price of coffee is double that of tea. In that case, being a rational consumer, I brought tea home. Okay, so while writing in the write-up, you can write like that. But representing it in the graph, you have to represent it in this way. In your graph, you know quantity demanded is in your x-axis and price is in your y-axis, right? So this is the standard one. I think someone's mic is on. Kindly mute your mic.
Mr. Rakesh, please mute.
Okay, so when you're going to represent it in a graph, you have two dimension, x and y axis. X-axis is fixed for quantity. Y-axis is fixed for price. So in this case, if I want to represent this cross demand, over here, what will I do is, I have to draw a graph like this. So price of coffee in one axis and demand for tea in other axis. How will the curve be?
Inversely proportional.
Linear.
Exactly. If the price of coffee increases, what did I say? Demand for tea will also increase. Exactly right. Linear. This is for substitute. If my price of coffee is ₹100, my demand for tea also will be more. One cup of coffee, if they say, okay, when you're going to your canteen, this time they said it is increased to 25 rupees, but tea is 10 rupees per. What will you do? Tea is enough. Two of us will take tea rather than one taking coffee. So obviously the demand for tea will go up in the canteen. So price of coffee going up means your demand for tea will increase. Exactly, it is linear curve. Understand this concept because elasticity is a very important question in exam viewpoint. So if you understand this, it will be easy when you go to elasticity. I think this is clear. And the second one is, yeah.
Ma'am, for patented products, some of the products are patented, right? So they don't have alternatives or substitution. So
That is what I said. That is what I said. In economics, we will have some exceptional cases. Exceptional cases will not, we cannot bring it into theory. We are speaking about 90% of rational consumers. See, I'm a coffee lover. Okay. In the canteen, they said today coffee is 100 rupees. What will I do? I'll go get coffee because I love coffee. I cannot take tea. I'm not a rational consumer. I'm an exceptional case, right?
Okay,
I will not fall in the graph itself. Understood?
Yeah.
Clear? Yeah. That's all. So now we are speaking about rational consumers where most of the population move. So this is the theory which says. And the second one is substitution and complementary complement. What is complement? Substitution good and complementary. Substitution demand, there's cross demand. Under cross demand you have substitution and complement. What is substitution? What is complement? Now substitute you said.
Complement is addition.
Like sugar and tea.
Complement? A free product. Free product.
Free product.
Free product, exactly good. Free, something goes, both will go only together. You cannot take one away from another. Right? So what I can say, what example I can give?
Sugar in tea or coffee.
Yeah, but if you're a diabetic patient and all, so I should not tell that because I said exceptional cases, right?
Washing material.
Come again?
Washing material.
Washing material.
Wheat and rice.
Wheat and rice goes together.
No. Wheat and rice.
Madam,
Yeah, tell
excuse
me.
me. Phone and battery. Phone and battery. Phone
Come
and
again?
its battery.
Phone and
Charger.
exactly right. Yeah, that also we can use phone and battery. Okay, so I'm giving phone here and battery. So what happens if I have this phone only? I'll be using this battery, right? Yes or no? So price of phone, I can give price of car and my fuel demand or price of the fuel I'll give here. Fuel and demand for car. You can use phone and battery also over here. So when my price of fuel increases.
Pen also we can consider.
Come again?
Pen, ball pen we can consider.
Exactly, pen and ink they say, or pen and that is what the traditional example which they gave initially. It is, what is it? Pen and ink. The demand for the price of one increases, the demand for another one decreases. So here, if the price of one increases, demand will decrease. Okay, it is inversely related. Clear? This will be the graph for substitution and income for complementary good. Again, we'll be doing this in elasticity so that it will be clear for you. Till this, is it clear? Yes,
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
The next one is there is something called as exceptional demand curve. What is this exceptional demand curve? This is demand curve, right? We said price and quantity demanded, right? We brought it over here. This is
like diamond.
Exactly. Very good. Exceptional demand curve means the curve does not follow the rule. How a demand curve will be? Demand curve always slopes downwards, right? Exceptional demand curve will move up. Meaning, as the price decreases, quantity demand will decrease here. As the price increases, quantity demand will increase here. This is exceptional demand curve. What is this exceptional demand curve? Example, I can give a diamond, as you said. So I'm just walking in the road. I saw a notice, okay, telling that diamond over here, rupees 300. One stone is rupees 300. What do you think? Will we go and buy? We won't buy because it is psychologically fixed in our mind. One stone will be so much of cost. One pure pearl means it's so much of cost. When it is cheap of cost, we will be thinking whether it is true, whether it's a real diamond. In that, it is a psychological concept which is embedded within us, telling the diamond means per stone. If they say 2,000, okay, 2,000, we can think it must be 5,000. Okay, anyway, we'll go and check. If it's 200 rupees, it cannot be diamond. That is the way we will think about ourselves, right? So in this case, cases like this is exceptional demand curve. We give an example of diamond here. Mostly they speak about diamond here. It is where the demand curve slopes from left to right. It is upward, linear. As the price increases, quantity demand also will increases. People try to buy more, even with the price is more. In that case, if someone is telling, okay, if you take this, your hair will grow well, or your IQ level will grow well, but the cost is so much, so high. One tablet is 3,000 rupees. Immediately we'll go because we think, yes, that is good for us. We need it. We need for a complexion. We need for a hair. So that is a psychological concept, and demand curve does not hold good in these places. So this is next week always is Giffen good. Giffen good, Giffen. Giffen good is also there. Something called as Giffen good.
One sec.
Yeah.
So in the exceptional one, on the graph, right? So it's a straight line only, right? I think I missed when you're drawing these dotted lines. What is the dotted lines? P2?
Dotted is, I said, normal demand curve always slopes down. That is a dotted line.
Okay.
Thanks. So straight line, if I have exactly the point, my demand curve will be straight. Sometimes my demand curve will be like this, right? But naturally, when you get the real price and real demand, your curve will be something like this. When you fix it. Here for our simplification and for theory, we are just having only 4 data points to have nice graph. Okay? That is the reason why I have drawn like this. Clear?
I have another doubt. So the thing is in the complementary, you said car and fuel, right? So if there are more number of cars, then the fuel demand might also increase, right? Because
the price of car increases, or you can put anything, vice versa there. You can put price of fuel or price of car.
Okay.
If something increases, definitely the demand for the other one will decrease. Because both will go together only. When you buy car, you have to fill it, right? You cannot just leave it like that. You have to take the car.
So
we will be speaking about this in
or inversely proportional.
Come again? Yeah, that only. We will. You just go have a look at it. We'll be speaking about elasticity. Then your idea will be much more clear. Okay, but both the goods go together. That put it in your mind. Bread and jam, Kellogg's and milk. Okay? A few people think eat Kellogg's just like that itself. But there are 2 goods which have to go together. They say car also, some wheel which is fitting in that particular car. So that also you can give an example for this. But the concept is.
So in there, the question is why it is not a straight line? Because if the car goes and this both are going higher, right?
No, here we having price and one is demand, quantity demanded. I didn't say price also increases, demand also increases.
Price
increases, demand of that particular commodity will decrease. That is why it is downward sloping. If the price of car is increasing, so most of us are not going for car. They said car is it cannot be reachable for a middle class people. So car, what will happen? Definitely the demand. No one. Why are you going to go? Only if the car is there, you're going to go and fill the tank. Otherwise, if you're having 2-wheeler, it's enough, right? The demand of the fuel will not go up to the mark. If the price is cheap, 1 lakh you can get a car. Because the bike is 1.5 lakh, then definitely you have to fill the tank. You have to use the car. But the concept over here is complementary means both the goods go together. That you put it in your mind. Good X and Y. When we move on to the next stage, you will understand. Your concept will be clear. Since it's a second class, I think there will be a lot of confusion because everything putting together, I understood the burden. But we'll try to make it more simplified when we move on to the next unit itself or next topic. Okay, quickly I'm going on. So there is something called as Giffen good, Giffen. What is GIF and good? Sometimes they can ask in 2 marks. I don't know whether you have 2 marks. I didn't go through your table paper structure. GIF and good is nothing but inferior good. Something you feel inferior in consuming that good, that we call it as GIF and good. They give an example. They give about ragi. When ragi, now they understood the concept, or now they understood the importance of all those staple foods and all. So they feel ragi per kg is ₹7, ₹10. I sitting in this place, I'm in this position, I taking ragi, or morning if I say to my friends, I ate this and I came in, it's not a good thing for me. I feel it is inferior to my prestige, telling that I consumed ragi. So we call this GIF and what is GIF and good means? GIF and good is an inferior good. Example, you can use ragi. You can use you can say some items which you feel it's very less of cost, but it's really good for health. But you feel very, you cannot tell it in public. Say, see, I've taken this in the morning. As I said, this theory, I will object it in the current situation because now most of us are health cautious. We are going back to the traditional method itself. So the better theory, we have something called as GIF and good, which is an inferior good. And next, we can speak about what are the factors that affect demand. I think that is a side heading, right? One second, I'll go to the side heading and I'll see. What are the factors that affect demand? I think there is a side heading. This is first unit, sorry. The second unit I put on. Yes.
Page number 22.
Page number 22. No, like I want to see the second, this outline. So we have spoken about law of demand, determinants of what are the determinants of demand that we didn't see. So what do you think the factors that determine demand? Quickly we can say, see, it is practical. Everyday life we are facing it. What do you feel as a determinants of demand?
Price.
Price of the good. Price of own good and price of your competitive good also. Right? We saw not like substitution. Clear?
Madam, income.
Very good. Income of me. Example, very good. Then
Interest of the person.
Yes, interest will be there. Number of consumers who consume that. When the number of consumers increase, and also taste and preference. If my taste is there, if the current generation is using that, means definitely the demand of that particular commodity will go up. They're using
visibility of the products.
Yes, that is what fixability of the product is also there, and expectation of future. If you feel in future the particular share price will increase, today the demand of that particular company share will increase or not. Someone is mic is on. Kindly please mute it. So what is it? We are speaking about determinants of demand. What are the factors that determine demand? Taste and preference of a consumer's, income of a consumer, price of my own good as well as the substitute goods, and then number of consumers. More number of consumers are using the particular commodity, then the thing also will increase. The demand will also increase. Then the other thing which I said is expectation of future. What is going to happen in future? If future the price of that particular stock is going to increase, today itself I'll go get that stock and I'll put it over there. I'll invest there. Next is climate and weather condition. Tomorrow they say that yes, there's going to be a heavy rain. Today what we can do, we'll go buy some bread.
Umbrella.
Yeah, correct. That's also good. Umbrella. During rainy season, the demand for umbrella increases. And
tax, ma'am, tax.
Yes. And then consumer, if the product is new, if some innovation is there, if you feel that particular product will give more output, definitely the demand for that will increase. So all these are determinants of demand. Then we spoke about types of demand. 3 types we saw here. What are the 3 types we saw? I'm able to draw. 3 types we saw.
Price demand, income demand, cross
demand.
Yes, there are more other demands also. That is very easy for you. This I'm focusing because of elasticity. Then you saw about exceptional demand curve. A demand curve which does not follow or which is in a different, which moves differently is exceptional demand curve. Okay, it does not follow the normal demand. So that is exception. Then that we come to elasticity. What is elasticity of demand? I'll give you an example. This is what elasticity is. You're going to a market. Okay, yesterday you bought tomato. Okay, tomato for rupees 50. Today your mother is giving same 50 rupees and asking you to buy the tomato. So you're going to buy the tomato. What happens? You found case one. You find tomatoes rate is rupees 100. What will you do?
Half kg will buy.
Percentage is into
Half kg.
price divided by percentage is into demand. यही ना ma'am?
That is right. That is you're giving in a numerical term. Now I'm asking. So I've given you a case study. What do you think? That is exactly right. That is the price elasticity. That is a formula. But what it is, I'm explaining in terms. That's all. The response
When the price of any commodity has increases, there is a change in the demand.
Exactly.
Decrease.
It can increase or decrease. It can increase or decrease. The responsiveness you are giving for the change in demand with respect to change in price, or for the change in price with respect to change in demand. The responsiveness, the sensitivity, it is a price sensitivity. The responsiveness you are giving for the quantity demanded to a change in price. See, the price has changed today. Yesterday it was 50, so I got 1 kg. Today they say, same 50, I can get only quarter kg. So, am I going to get quarter kg or am I going to go home without getting it? It is my choice. So, the responsiveness, the degree of responsiveness or the sensitivity of price, I am speaking over here. So, that is price demand. That is elasticity of demand. Clear? The elasticity of demand is nothing but it speaks about the sensitivity. The change, the responsiveness of quantity demanded with respect to price. Very simple.
मैडम एग्जाम के टाइम में एक ग्राफिकल रिप्रेजेंटेशन देना होगा या ऐसे ही मतलब थ्योरेटिकल लिखना होगा?
Excuse me.
Please, in the exam, we have to write in the graphical representation.
Definitely.
Or
See,
write in theoretical
economics means it's best put everything in graphical term. You're going to write in theory also. Without theory, it's no use. One line you're going to give in theory and then you immediately put it in graph. If you're going to get the exact mark, or else you'll be losing mark. Because economics is nothing without graph. Everything both goes hand to hand. So no compromise. Kindly see to it that you are drawing a graph. Okay. So quickly I will 2 minutes I will take and I'll say this. There are two types of elasticity of demand. I'll start with this and I'll stop and again we'll meet. So then I will see. So what are we speaking? We spoke about elasticity. Elasticity, there are two types. Elasticity of demand, I'm giving like this. There are two types. Something called as inelastic and something called as elastic. Just
again, please.
Come again.
Again, please. Repeat again.
Inelastic.
Elastic.
Inelastic and elastic.
Okay. Inelastic.
Okay. Just mainly I'm giving two types now. Then the next class we will do on it. So inelastic, again what I'm drawing the graph. One is quantity demanded, another one is price. Quantity demanded and price. Okay. So what is it? Inelastic means the graph goes like this. The graph, the shape will be something like this. What is this? And elastic, the shape will be flatter.
There is no change between, ma'am?
Exactly.
Inelastic.
Exactly.
There is no change between the price and demand.
What they say here, or what can I speak here is a small change in price will not, or large or small change in price will not affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. Look at this. The change in price will be greater than change in quantity demanded. In this case, here, the change in price, a small change in price will affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. Understand this concept. This is very important. Small change in price. A small change in price will affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. That is elastic. And inelastic will be a small change in price will not affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. Quickly, I'll give one example and I'll close. If in case tonight they are telling the price of petrol or diesel is going to increase by 20 rupees, what will you do? Immediately you will go and fill your tank, or you will fill all your vessels also with the gas. No, you cannot do it. You can fill only your tank. You have only one vehicle, one tank. You can fill it. Meaning there is no substitute for it. Tomorrow, if they say the gas cylinder, the rate is going to increase by 100 or 200, can I come and fill my house with all gas cylinders? No. So a small or larger change in price will not affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. Understand the concept very clearly. And this is enough, whatever I'm telling now, this term is enough to write for inelastic. What did I say? I don't know what the textbook is giving, but my definition is a small change in price will not affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. This is inelastic. And elastic is a small change in price will drastically affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. Are you taking the notes?
Yes, madam. Inelastic. Madam?
Yes, madam.
Yes. Elastic is elastic example.
Inelastic.
What is it?
Inelastic.
Inelastic.
The diagram of the inelastic, that the rate of consumer is decreased.
Rate of consumer, not consumer. Here I am speaking only price and quantity demand. Price and quantity demanded, that's all.
Okay.
As the price increases or decreases to a larger extent, quantity demanded will not be affected to a larger extent.
Okay, madam. Thank you.
Just I'm giving the introduction now. We'll get into the details in the next class. And this side, elasticity, a small change in price will affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. Assuming my 1 liter Coke, okay? They say the Coke for 1 liter price, you give 1.5 liter or 75 ml more, 750 ml more. What will I do? It is storable. So definitely I'll buy 2 or 3 and store in my fridge. Yes or no?
Yes.
More.
This is the way why a small change in price will affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. For the same price, I'm getting 2 liters of Coke. For the same 1 rupee, 1 liter of price, I'm getting 2 liters of Coke or 1.5 liters of Coke, 1.5 liters of soda. So what will I do? I'll buy it and fill my fridge with that only. So this is elastic. A small change will affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent, elasticity. And here, a small change in price will not affect the quantity to a larger extent. That's all. Clear? Thank you. Clear up.
Yes, madam. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
ma'am.
Thank you much.
Any idea about the schedule? Now we have a break.
No break.
No, I don't think.
Thank you, ma'am. Break will be at 1 o'clock, I think.
Hello, good morning, all of you.
Good morning.
Good morning, madam.
Just a second.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, madam.
Very good.
Good morning, madam.
Very good. Just I upload PPT.
Good morning, madam.
Very good.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good
Please
afternoon.
refer the subject, ma'am. Please refer.
What is the subject,
Accounting
madam?
for manager. Accounting for manager.
Accounting for manager.
For manager. It is not sharing.
Yes, ma'am. It is not sharing, ma'am.
Wait.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, very good afternoon. 1 second. One second. Can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yesterday we have what we have learned, marginal costing and marginal costing technique we have studied, right? So let us see today fund flow and cash flow analysis, right? Unit 3. What is fund flow? Flow means what? Flow for that is the working capital. Fund flow statement. That is what we say. Fund means what? What is fund?
The cash liquidity.
Fund means what is the money which you are investing in the business. It may be generally we used to say it is in terms of short term and long term. When we are using it for long term, that is called capital or investment, right? That fund which we can say it is a capital investment something. In liquid form, that we can call it as working capital. What working capital, what is the fund is required, what inflow and outflow of the fund, that we are going to study in this statement. That is called, in this case, fund which indicates working capital. The working capital, how changes, what is the changes of this working capital comparing with the previous year, how the current year, how much it is deviating. What is the changes that you have to find out? Why we have to find out this changes in working capital? Why do we need to find
For
this?
for decision making. For decision making.
For decision making. What kind of decision making? Why working capital is very important? What is working capital? Working capital means what?
The liquid fund required for the operation of the business.
Excess current asset.
Funds can be
Current assets minus current liability.
Very good. Current asset minus current liability. That is net working capital. You are taking total current asset is the gross working capital. This current asset. Somebody. So it is the working capital which we need. It is very important aspect in the business. For day-to-day operation, what you are utilizing. So you have to purchase raw material, you have to pay wages to your workers, and then you have to do some day-to-day expenditure in the factory. So for that rotation of when you are generating revenue, it may take some cycle period, working capital cycle. So your revenue, if you are finishing your product, then it go to seller. It may be a cash sale or a credit sale. When that your goods converted into cash, it will take some time. It may some depends upon the nature of the product, depends upon your company, size of the company, all these things. Some company it may take 1 week, some company it may take 3 months, some company may take 2 weeks or like that, right? So depends. That is called working capital cycle. Till that time, you need some money for investing in the business for day-to-day operation, right? If you this is called working capital. This working capital, if you are having plenty of working capital, what is the effect? You are having plenty of working capital, more than what you are required. You are having liquid cash, more liquid cash in your business. So what will be affected?
Flow, fund flow.
Interest. You are losing interest, and then profitability. Your profitability will be affected. If you are having more, say for an example, you are getting salary, right? So some portion you are keeping for home expenditure. Remaining amount, if you are keeping, instead of keeping in your hand, if you put in the deposit, bank deposit, minimum rate of interest you could earn, no? So similar way, total amount no need to take it in your business. So instead you can invest in somewhere short-term investment or any bank deposit, anywhere else. You will earn some minimum rate of return, right? So you will get some profitability. So if you are having more liquid fund in your business, working capital, if you have too much, your profitability will be affected. Okay. If you are having insufficient working capital in your business, what will happen? Your working capital is insufficient. What is
Operations Operations will
Business
be
affected, ma'am.
it will be affected. Yes, your day-to-day operations will be affected. Your production will be affected, isn't it? So once production is affected, how will you get payment of your creditors? So once it is a financial risk, you have to face the problem of financial risk due to insufficient payment to your creditors. So supplier will not supply the material, so your production will be affected. So you have to always trade between profitability and liquidity. So you have to trade between profitability and liquidity. So your working capital, you should be handled very efficiently. Then only the company share price will go up market, will be efficiently you can handle, right? So that is why working capital, we used to say it is a statement we are preparing for managerial decision making, which involves the two periods, two balance sheet date informations. We used to take what is the changes in working capital. So inflow, what is the inflow or outflow of your working capital? Based upon that, you have to take decision making. If it is insufficient, you have to make arrangement for working capital. If it is more liquid working capital, you have to invest. You can plan for investing somewhere else. Okay, so that is why fund flow statement, it is very, very important statement, right? See here, movement of fund, that is inflow of fund, business, how you are investing, outflow of fund. What are the inflow of fund? How you are getting fund inflow to your business? By way of issue of share capital, issue of debentures, bank loan, sale of fixed assets, operational profit. What is the profit generated from your business? And then decrease in working capital. Outflow of fund, that is a prepayment of loan, redemption of your preference capital, repayment of your debentures, then repayment of your bank loan, purchase of fixed assets, payment of taxation. So these are all the outflow of fund, right? This is the movement of fund. Managerial uses theories, you go through that, the limitations, difference. Lastly, I teach you what is the difference between fund flow and cash flow, right? Later on I teach you. After teaching the cash flow, then only you can make difference. Okay. In this fund flow statement, we need to prepare three types of statement. One is preparation of fund flow statement. Another one is you have to prepare a statement of changes in working capital. Statement of changes in working capital, you have to take only current assets and current liabilities. In preparation of fund flow statement, you have to take only non-current item. Current item you should not touch. Okay, then you have to prepare adjusted profit and loss account for finding what is the fund flow, funds from operation or funds generated from your business, that you have to find out, right? Then some ledger accounts also you have to prepare for finding the balances, right? Let us see. This is the format of fund flow statement. It is like balance sheet. Left hand side it is sources of fund, right hand side applications or uses of fund. So sources of fund, that is issue of share capital, issue of preference shares, issue of debentures, borrowed loan, sale of fixed assets, then non-trading income, then funds from operation. So these are all sources of fund. Applications of fund or uses of fund, how you are utilizing the fund in the business. That is purchase of fixed assets, purchase of investment, redemption of shares, repayment of debentures, repayment of loan, payment of taxation, payment of dividend. So all these things are applications or uses of fund or outflow of fund. Okay. Suppose if your fund sources of fund is greater than your applications of fund, that is called increase in working capital, right? So your uses or application side is greater than your sources side, that is called decrease in working capital. That you have to find out. Increase or decrease in working capital, that you have to find out in this statement, right? That is another one statement you are required to prepare. That is statement of changes in working capital. So statement of
1 second, ma'am. प्लीज थोड़ा स्लो पढ़ाई से मतलब हम लोग नोट डाउन कर रहे हैं. वी आर नोट डाउनिंग द योर लेक्चर, सो प्लीज गो स्लो.
Go slow, na, we don't sufficient time. That's the problem. This PPT is already
accounting.
Don't worry.
This is the accounting.
Wait. PPT, it is already in your website. You can download it. Okay. So no need to note down anything. Just you listen what it is. Okay. See here. This is the working capital statement or changes in working capital. How to find out changes in working capital? You have to take only current item. In this statement, you have to take only non-current item. Non-current item means fixed assets and long-term loans, share capital only. These are all treated as non-current item. Current item means only current assets and current liabilities. Current asset minus total current asset minus total current liability, that is working capital. Net working capital, that you have to calculate. Previous year, current year, you have to take. While preparing this statement, you have to keep it in your mind. When your current asset increase, your changes in working capital or effect on working capital will be increased. You have to put in the increase column. Your current liability, if it is increased, it is the reverse direction. Your working capital will be decreased. Your current liability reverse, right? So current asset increase means effect of working capital, you have to put in increase. Current asset decrease, you have to put in the decrease column. Current liability reverse. Current liability, if it is increased, effect on working capital will decrease. Current liability decrease, effect of working capital will be increased. See here. The effect of working capital, current asset increase, working capital increase. Current asset decrease, your working capital will be decreased. Current liability, if it is increased, effect of working capital will be decreased. Current liability, if it is decreased, working capital effect is increased. Okay. This is the format of adjusted.
One question.
Yes.
In the fund flow statement, in which we use the non-current assets, you said if the inflow is more than the outflow, then there's an increase in working capital.
Yes.
So working capital, I have ultimately calculated there from the non-current assets, and again I am calculating working capital with the current assets. Am I right, ma'am?
No. This fund which you are getting from various sources, and so various you have utilized, right? Funds which you are utilizing from to your business. So what is the changes of your working capital? You are comparing with the previous year. Comparing with the previous year statement and current year statement, what is the changes? Is it increased or decreased? That how you have to find out with the help of all these assets. Okay, assets and liabilities. Let us do one problem, you will understand, right? See this is the adjusted profit and loss account for the year ending. This is the You have to generally profit and loss account in final accounts. What we have studied: trading profit and loss account and balance sheet. Trading profit and loss account. Profit and loss account, we used to write all expenditure and losses. Say for an example, some non-current non-cash expenditure and then non-trading expenditure, we are writing in the debit side of profit and loss account. Can you say an example for non-cash item and non-trading item?
Depreciation.
Depreciation, very good. Depreciation is non-cash, actually not incurring any cash, but we are treating it as expenditure. So that we have to eliminate. For what is the actual fund generated from your business, how to calculate? You have to eliminate all non-cash expenditure and then non-trading income. What is non-trading income? Say profit on sale of your plant and machinery, or commission received, dividend received. These are all income received other than your business. Other than your business, that is called non-trading income. Right? Non-trading income and non-trading expenditure you have to eliminate. You have to adjust. So if you are adjusting all these things, that is called funds generated from your business or funds from operation. That we call it as funds from operation. So while we are preparing this adjusted profit and loss account, you write, bring the opening profit and loss account credit side, and debit side you have to write all non-cash and non-trading expenditure. Credit side non-trading income you have to write it. Adjust opening closing profit and loss account balance you have to write it here. Then you have to find out funds from operation or funds lost in operation. This is the format. Okay. Then these are the some adjustments you have to do: depreciation, dividend, income tax provision, loss on sale of fixed assets, dividend, interim dividend, and dividend declaration. So these are the treatments I have given. Let us do problem. You will understand this. Okay. Just 1 second. Okay, listen. While preparing this statement, only two items you can treat, either current item or non-current item. What are the two items? Provision for taxation and proposed dividend. These two items you can either treat current item or non-current item. If you are treating it as a current item, you have to take only in the place of preparation of statement of changes in working capital. You should not take anywhere else. Once if you are treating it as a non-current item, you have to take only in the preparation of adjusted profit and loss account as well as fund flow statement. Right? So what you are treating, that you have to write in the note. I assumed provision for taxation and proposed dividend treated as current or treated as non-current. Right? Like that you have to write. Okay. Why we can treat these two items or either current or non-current? What is the reason behind that? What is the reason? Anybody? Okay, I myself tell you. Why we are treating current na? We are paying taxation every year, and then we have to pay dividend every year to the shareholders. So we can treat current item. We can treat non-current item. Why? Because we can make provision for taxation. We can create provision for dividend. Dividend, when you can declare once at the end of the general body meeting, you have to declare the percentage of after finding out the profit. It will be declared in the general body meeting with the votings of shareholders. After that declaration, you have to pay. Before that, you may have proposed dividend. You may kept as some reserves. So that is why you beyond 12 months you are keeping as a provision. So you can treat non-current. So that is why provision for taxation and proposed dividend, these two are either can be treated as a current item or you can treat it as a non-current item. Okay, let us do problem. You can understand. See this problem. The following are the summarized balance sheet 2002 and 2003. Okay. The net profit for the year 40,000 after charging depreciation. During the year, depreciation charged 30,000, building 40,000 machinery. The company purchased during the year buildings worth 1,60,000. Dividend paid during the year amounted to rupees 20,000. So prepare statement of sources and applications of fund. So in this problem, balance sheet are given for 2002 and 2003. You are required to prepare changes in working capital and statement of sources and application of. So two statement you have to prepare. You have to see your examination question paper, what they are asking. If they ask statement of changes in working capital, means you have to take only current item. If you are, they are asking you to prepare only statement of sources and applications of fund or fund flow statement, you have to take only non-current item. Let us see both the thing. First, the statement of changes in working capital, how we have to calculate. This is year 2002, 2003, increase in working capital, decrease in working capital. That is the effect of working capital. So current assets, what are the current assets are given in this problem? Stock, debtor, prepaid expenses. These three items are current asset. Building and machinery are fixed asset, that you should not take it. In the liability side, bank overdraft, creditors, these two are current items. Provision for taxation, you may treat current or non-current. It is up to you. If you are treating it as a current item, you have to take it here. If you are treating it as a non-current item, you have to take it in the fund flow statement. Here, in this problem, let us treat it as provision for taxation as a current liability. Okay. So take stock 90,000, 80,000. It is decreased than the previous year. So what is the effect of working capital? 90,000, 80,000, 10,000?
10,000.
Decrease. When current asset decrease, your effect of working capital will be decreased. Okay. So see here, debtors, it is increased. Working capital effect is increased. Prepaid expenditure, it is increased. So increased column, you have to put 10,000. So what is the total current assets for previous year, current year? Then current liability, creditor, 70,000, 80,000. Creditor is increased. Current liability, if it is increased, the effect of working capital, it is decreased. So you have to put in the decreased column. Okay. Bank overdraft, there is no changes, so no effect. Provision for taxation, it is increased. 10,000 increased, so you have to put in the decreased column. Right. So now we have to find out what is the increase or decrease in working capital. So see here, current asset minus current liability is the working capital. So 2,45,000 minus current liability 1,25,000. So working capital for the year 2002 1,20,000. In 2003, current asset is 3,45,000. Current liability is 1,45,000. So 2 lakhs is the working capital. So what is the difference between these two? Previous year 1,20,000, current year it is 2 lakhs. So increase in working capital 80,000, right? So if you close this increase in working capital and decrease in working capital, increase column is 1,10,000, decrease column 30,000. So remain that balance 80,000 is increase in working capital. Both the answer should be the same. Right? However, you are calculating current asset minus current liability is the working capital, or this effect of working capital one and the same. Do you understand? This is the statement of changes in working capital. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now let us do fund flow statement. Fund flow statement are statement of sources and applications of fund. Statement of sources and applications of fund or fund flow statement, one and the same. Okay. So left hand side it is sources of fund, right hand side applications or uses of fund. So let us take one by one. First one, share capital. Issue of share capital 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs. So 1 lakh it is inflow of fund, issue of equity share capital, you have to write sources side 1 lakh, right? See your balance sheet, debenture 2 lakhs, 2,50,000. So 50,000 it is inflow of debenture, inflow of fund, right? User side, see fixed asset building 1,20,000, 2,50,000. So here you have to see depreciation on building. Depreciation, what it is given, depreciation charged 30,000 on building and 40,000 on machinery. So that means what, 1,20,000, if you are eliminating 30,000 depreciation, how much it should be the closing balance? 1,20,000 opening balance less depreciation 30,000. So what should be, how much it should be there? 90,000 value, right? But instead of 90,000, how much it is given in 2003? 2,50,000. That means 1,60,000 worth of building purchased during this year, right? For that, you can prepare one ledger account, building account. See here, opening balance 1,20,000, closing balance, asset, all the assets, ledger balances you have to prepare. One second.
Hi guys. This one.
Okay, listen. See here, building account, opening all the assets, ledger accounts balances, you have to bring it to the debit side. All the liabilities ledger account balances, you have to bring it to the credit side. That you have to keep it in your mind always. Okay. See here, building account, opening balance 1,20,000, closing balance 2,50,000. While writing depreciation, what is the entry? Depreciation account data to building account. Depreciation is an expenditure, building is asset, you have to deduct from the building value. So by depreciation 30,000 you have to deduct it. So how much is the balance? 1,60,000 purchases made during this year. So what is the journal entry? Building account data to cash or bank account, purchases made during this year. Okay, so how we have to write this depreciation amount? You have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account. You have to prepare adjusted profit and loss account for finding the what is the funds from operation. So first opening balance you have to bring by balance brought down 40,000, which is given in your problem. See here, balance sheet. See here. Profit and loss account, opening balance 40,000, closing balance 60,000 is given. See here, so 40,000 bring opening balance, closing balance is 60,000 to closing balance or balance brought down, carried down. Okay, so depreciation you have to write in the debit side, that is building 30,000, machinery 40,000. So totally 70,000 depreciation you have to write in the debit side. Then see the next one. Dividend, see the adjustments. Company purchased buildings 1,60,000, it is given in the problem itself. Even though if it is not given, when you are preparing the building account or machinery account, you can take it. You can find out. Then dividend paid during the year, that is 20,000. So this is the dividend, interim dividend. Always you have to take it as in two places, that is adjusted profit and loss account debit side, and then you have to write in the user side of your fund flow statement. Proposed dividend, if it is given in the balance sheet liability side, like provision for taxation, proposed dividend, if it is given, then only you have to take either current or non-current. If you are treating it as a current, you should not take anywhere else. Only changes in working capital you have to take. If you are treating it as a non-current, you have to take adjusted profit and loss account and balance sheet, right? See here, dividend paid, this is called interim dividend. Interim dividend 20,000 you have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account as, and also user side of statement, dividend paid 20,000. Whatever adjustment it is given, you have to write in two places. That you have to keep it in your mind. Okay. Then purchase of building, that is 1,60,000 we have calculated here, and then we have to write it here 1 lakh, user side 1,60,000, right? Is there any other item left over? See the balance sheet, adjustment, everything is over. So now you have to close the adjusted profit and loss account. If you are having balance in the credit side, that is called funds from operation. If you are getting balance in the debit side of adjusted profit and loss account, that is funds lost in operation. If you are getting funds from operation, that you have to bring it to the sources side. Sources side, see here, funds from operation 1,10,000, you have to write it. This is the balancing figure, right? See the machinery account, opening balance 3 lakhs, closing balance 2,60,000, 40,000 is depreciation. That 40,000 you have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account, depreciation. Do you understand? See here. So now I have to close this fund flow statement. Sources, you have written issue of equity share capital, issue of debenture. Suppose debenture in 2002 it is 3 lakhs given. Current year 2,50,000. That means for 50,000 repayment or redemption of debenture. So you have to write in the user side. User side, that is redemption of debenture or repayment of debenture 50,000. You have to write it instead of writing in the sources side. So you have to be very carefully see the increase or decrease, right? So sources side, issue of equity share capital, debenture, then funds from operation. User side, purchase of building, dividend paid. So what is the difference? Sources is greater than your users. That is called increase in working capital. So 80,000. This is the same answer what you have calculated in this statement. Same answer you will get it. Do you understand? So increase in working capital 80,000. Do you understand this? Any doubt?
If we don't get same answer, then we have done something wrong.
Yes, you would have done something wrong.
Okay, ma'am.
Now the same problem, let us do provision for taxation, treat it as a non-current. How it will be? Just I tell you this one. Right? So how much it will be now? 95,000, right? So here 1,05,000. So working capital, how much it will be? 2,45,000 minus 95,000. 1,50,000. 1,50,000. Here 3 lakhs. Sorry, 2 lakhs 40,000. 2 lakhs 40,000. So what is the difference now? What is the working capital?
3,000.
Increase in working capital 90,000. So here also will be 90,000. 90,000. Now see here we are treating it as a non-current. So let us do the adjusted profit and loss account. One ledger account let us prepare for provision for taxation. Shall I delete this machinery account instead? Shall I prepare provision for taxation account? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
provision for
Okay, ma'am.
taxation account. So what is the opening balance? By balance brought down. Balance brought down. How much it is? Opening the balance 30,000, right? Closing balance 2. Balance carried down. Closing balance 40,000. In your problem, sometimes in your adjustment it will be given. In this problem itself it will be given here, adjustment tax paid during the year or tax made during the year, like that will be given. If it is given, say for an example, tax paid is given, we have to take it like that. If nothing is given, what you have to treat? Previous year balance you have to treat it as paid during the year. Current year balance you have to treat it as made during the year, right? So in this case, this 30,000 you have to treat it as paid during the year. To cash account, tax paid during the year. That is 30,000. This one balance, now we have to close this account, that is 70,000. This 40,000, once before making a provision, you have to treat it in the profit and loss account debit side provision you have to make. So by profit and loss account, this current year amount you have to treat it as made during this year. This is made during this year. Provision made during the year. So adjusted profit and loss account also you have to write to provision for taxation made during this year, that is 40,000. So now you close this, that is 1,90,000. Here it will be 1,90,000. So what is your funds from operation? Funds from operation will be 80,000. How much it will be?
1,50,000.
1,50,000. Very good. 1,50,000. So now you come to this fund flow statement. Funds from operation will be 1,50,000. Here taxation paid you have to write. Tax paid during this year, that is 30,000. So now you total it, how much it will be? 3 lakhs, right? So what is your working capital?
Working capital 90,000.
180,
290.
210, 90,000. Your working capital, increase in working capital is 90,000. Right? See here, the same 90,000 you got it in the statement of changes in working capital also. Here also the same 90,000. Right? If you are treating provision for taxation as a current item, your working capital is 80,000. If you are treating it as non-current item, it is 90,000. Nothing wrong in it. You can treat either current or non-current. You have to, it will be appear like this. Okay. Sometimes this problem, tax paid or made, is not given in the adjustment. So that what we have treated, previous year balance, opening balance, we treat it as paid during this year. Current balance, we are treating it as made. Suppose In your problem, it is given tax paid during the year. Instead of 30,000, it is given 40,000. Right? 40,000 if it is given. So this balancing figure made during this year, you have to take it 330,000. So it will be changed. Do you understand? According to the problem made, if it is given, you have to write it in the profit and loss account. By profit and loss account made during this year, you have to write it. Find out balancing figure, what is the paid during this year. Right? Any one of the adjustment will be given in your problem. If nothing is given, you treat opening balance will be the paid, current balance will be the made. Okay, let us do some more problem, you can understand. See this problem. See here. A statement changes, showing changes in working capital, a statement of sources and applications of fund. During the year, tax and interim dividend paid 35,000 and 39,000. The assets of another company were purchased, 60,000 payable in fully paid up equity shares of the company. The assets consisted of stock 21,640, plant 18,360, and remaining amount was for goodwill. During the year, the purchase price is 5,650 for a plant. Okay. So now we have to prepare, this is the balance sheet, liabilities and assets are given, right? So we need to prepare statement of changes in working capital. See the balance sheet, provision for taxation is given. You keep it in your mind one thing, in your balance sheet, taxation paid or made, if it is given, better if you treat non-current item, it will be easy for the that additional ledger account what you are preparing for provision for taxation account, that is important step mark, you can get it. Okay, so if you are treating it as a non-current, it is always better according to my, but it is nothing wrong in it. If you are treating current or non-current, nothing wrong in it. Okay, see here, statement of changes in working capital, you have to take only current assets. So the current assets, cash at bank, debtor, sundry advances, stock, these are all current assets. Current liabilities, creditors, bills payable, overdraft, all these things you have to treat it as current liability. You take, see here, current assets, current liability. While taking, listen, see this adjustment is totally different. This one. This adjustment is what is given. The assets of another company were purchases. That means what? When you are purchasing another company, that we can say acquisition or merger or acquisition of another company, you have to take over that company's assets and liabilities, right? So when you are take over that assets and liabilities, you have to issue your company purchase consideration. We used to pay say purchase consideration. We have to issue our company share capital, right? So that is why the purchases, the company you have, this company purchased another company 60,000 payable, that is purchase consideration in fully paid equity shares. You are issuing equity shares for purchase of that company. You've taken over the assets and liabilities of that company. So what is the assets value? 21,640 is current asset. Plant and machinery is this much. So totally remaining you have to treat it as goodwill. 60,000 minus these two items, remaining amount is called goodwill. See the balance sheet. See goodwill already it is given 19,000, right? See here, when you are taking changes in working capital, stock value 1,11,040, here 97,370, right? And then when you are purchasing that 21,640, you have to write it here. 2011, you are purchasing another company share capital, right? That another company purchase of share capital, you have to deduct it. This 21,640. So what is the remaining amount? This amount is included in this stock, right? That you have to eliminate. So what is the effect of your stock? This 21,640, why we are deducting from this closing stock? We are purchasing from some other company. That is effect of non-current item. When you are issuing as share capital, purchase consideration you have taken, right? So one non-current item or equating your current asset. So that is why we are eliminating from this stock. Do you understand? Similar way, see here, cash at bank, sundry advances, debtors. Find out what is the total current asset, current liability, bills payable, creditors, bank overdraft. Here provision for taxation we have taken as, treated as non-current item. So we have eliminated here. What is the working capital, changes in working capital or increase in working capital calculated here, 31,890, right? Let us prepare fund flow statement. Fund flow statement, sources side, nothing is there. Sources side actually issue of share capital. See here, share capital 2 lakhs, 2,60,000 it is given. Actually what we have to do, 60,000 issue of share capital. If we have issued outside, we have to write it here. Fund sources of fund we have to write issue of share capital 60,000. Here we should not write. Why? Because for purchase consideration only we have issued. Fund actually not inflow. So that stock value and machinery value, right? Plant value, you have to, it changes, right? That is why sources side you should not write it here. See here, purchase of machinery. Purchase of machinery account you prepare. Opening balance, that is 1,12,950. This purchase consideration you have taken over from another business, 18,360. You have to write it in the machinery account debit side. And then current year you have purchased machinery, it is given here. Plant purchases separately. Plant purchase price 5,650. See here, 5,650 separately you have purchased in cash. Then you have to write depreciation on plant and machinery. Depreciation is given in your problem. Interim dividend, tax and interim dividend is given. Depreciation is not given. So while preparing this ledger account, you have to find out this is the balancing figure. Opening balance given, closing balance given, machinery business purchases amount, and then cash purchases given. This is the balancing figure. You have to find out what is the depreciation, right? So this depreciation amount you have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account debit side. Depreciation on machinery and depreciation on building, that you have to write it here, right? Opening balance 39,650, 690. Closing balance you have to write it here. Then see the balance sheet. Provision for taxation 40,000, 50,000. See, let us see here. Provision for taxation account, sorry. Opening balance, by balance 40,000, closing balance 50,000. But in your problem, what it is given, 35,000 taxation during the year, taxes and interim dividend paid. Tax 35,000, interim dividend is 39,000. So tax paid given, paid. Tax paid during the year is 35,000. See, so two tax paid account or cash account, two cash account, cash or bank account, tax paid during the year, 35,000. So what is the remaining balance? That 45,000 you have to bring into provision for profit and loss account. Provision for taxation you have to bring it to the profit and loss adjustment account. Profit and loss adjustment account. Okay. So this 45,000 you bring it here. This 45,000 provision for taxation. Then goodwill account. See, your goodwill is intangible asset, right? So previous it is year is nothing, it is there. Current year it is given 19,000. But here calculate 60,000 minus what is the goodwill?
20,000.
How much difference comes? 20,000.
Yeah, it's 20,640, 18,360, 40,000.
21,640 plus 18,360, 40,000. So 20,000 should be, your goodwill account should be shown 20,000. But how much it is shown? 19,000. 1,000 rupees written off. Goodwill written off. So goodwill write-off, you have to treat it as non-cash expenditure. You would have written in the profit and loss account debit side, right? So now we have to write off. So now you have to adjust in the adjusted profit and loss account to goodwill written off 1,000 rupees. Similarly, provision for reserve. See here, provision, this one, sorry. See here, profit and loss account, provision for taxation, reserve. See here, reserve previous year 50,000, current year 50,000. That means you are providing reserve for general reserve or any other reserve for future anticipation of future expenditure or losses. So that 5,000 it is increased. That current year profit you have transferred to this year to reserve account 5,000. So we have to adjust this. 5,000 provision for reservation account is 5,000. You have to write it in the adjusted profit and loss account. Provision for reserve or provision for transferring to reserve account, goodwill written off, provision for taxation made, you have to write. Then interim dividend. Interim dividend always in two places. One thing is in adjusted profit and loss account, and also you have to shown in the fund flow statement, funds. Uses of fund or applications of fund in credit side, right? So tax paid, interim dividend paid, you have to write it here. Purchase of machinery, you have to write it here. Here issue of share capital we have not written. Why? Because purchase consideration we have received in terms of stock, plant and machinery, sorry, stock, machinery, and then goodwill. So that is why we should not write it here. Do you understand? So now after adjusting all these things, you have to find out funds from operation. This is called adjusted profit or funds from operation. Funds from operation. So that we have to write it in the user side. 1,11,540. See here, funds from operation. You have to find out here and write it here. Then you have to close the funds flow statement. Sources, if it is greater than your applications, that is called increase in working capital. So increase in working capital, here you got it 31,890. In the statement account also same 31,890. The same answer you have to get it.
Ma'am, one question, please. Ma'am, can you go back to the question, the beginning of the question?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Here it is written during the year taxes and interim dividend paid.
Yes.
But so we will calculate it within the year, or you've been saying previous year and the current year. So what is
current year you are paying tax paid, it is given. Current year you are paying taxation 35,000. So when you are paying tax, what is the journal entry? The tax account you have to debit it, right? Provision for taxation account data or to cash or bank account. So that is why this adjusted provision, see here, provision for taxation account debit side, provision for taxation account data or to cash or bank account, that is 35,000 you are paying. So remaining balance, it is made during the year. This amount you have to transfer it to your adjusted profit and loss account. Suppose made during this year, if it is given in the problem, instead of paid, during the year tax made 35,000. If it is given like that, so you have to write it in the credit side here. Sorry. Here you have to write this amount, you have to write here. You have to find out what is paid. Balancing figure you have to find out, right?
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other doubt in this?
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, if we asked salaries and rents, they are not in the current assets or operating expenses. What we should do for salaries and rent, ma'am?
Salaries and rent, it is a expenditure which is for production, administrative expenses, that we no need to adjust anywhere else.
We should just neglect it, no ma'am?
Neglect, yes, you should neglect. Only you have to adjust non-cash and non-trading expenditure in the adjusted profit and loss account. So these are all non-cash. Provision for reservation, transferring to reserve account, any cash involved? Non-cash item. Goodwill
Yes,
written off, cash involved? Non-cash
no.
item. Provision for taxation. It is providing. Out of profit you are transferring. Okay, that is why we are eliminating. Interim dividend. Interim dividend, why we are writing in two places? Dividend, it will be declared, after that only payment. So declaration will be out of your profit. So that is why profit will be reduced. So that is why we are adding back the profit. You understand? So then depreciation on building and machinery are non-cash expenditure. That is why we are adding.
Okay, ma'am. Clear.
What is the actual fund which is generated from your business? What is the profit, actual profit earned from your business? That we are finding out. That is why we are eliminating all this non-cash and non-trading expenditure, transferring to some other thing. That is why we are adjusting.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, another question is, we can use calculators, ma'am, in the examination?
Yes, you can use only simple calculator. Scientific calculator and mobile are not allowed.
We can bring our calculator to the exam hall, no, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Another one is, I have met an accident and I went on to a surgery, ma'am. I can't write my examinations, my first semester examination on the December. I can completely write my first semester examination on the month of May, and my second semester examination, and I can't write all the 10 exam at the same time of the month of
No
May.
issue, ma. No issue. That is your course duration 2 years. Additional 2 years will be given to you for completion of your all papers. Okay. Within 4 years, you can complete any time when you want. You can write both all 20 papers. Also, you can write in the fourth semester itself. Or you can write after 2 years. Also, you can write. No issue. Within 4 years, you have to complete. That's all.
Okay, ma'am. The next year I can pay my second semester books fees, no, ma'am, without writing my first semester examination.
Whether you are writing or not, you have to pay tuition fee. That doesn't matter. You have to pay.
So I can get my books in the.
Yes, you can get.
Okay,
Don't worry,
ma'am.
you can get.
Oh, thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, next class I teach you cash flow statement, right?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Actually, this class has started without any prior information, right, ma'am? Can you please arrange for some introduction class, ma'am? Like, what is this course about our exams, exam pattern?
Last class I will explain you, ma. Don't worry.
Yes, ma'am. Please, ma'am. But before exam, ma'am, so that we can prepare accordingly.
What do you want to know? Tell me. I tell you now itself.
Actually, the knowledge about this distance education is somewhat vague for me, ma'am. I want a clear concept. What is what, and how to carry forward this course, ma'am.
I don't understand what you are asking.
I actually have vague knowledge about this course and exam that's going to come, ma'am.
Yes, ma. Examination will be in the month of December.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Let me contact you in person, ma'am. You gave number right now. Okay,
You can call me 443.
Okay, ma'am.
2654-443.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hello, ma'am. I have one small request that
yes.
I have created a WhatsApp group. So can we just share the contact details of all the personnel who have just joined the 2023 batch? So we can have a common platform, and before the commencement of the classes, when we get the courses that will be taught in that car, accordingly we will prepare, and it should be much beneficial, because but just joining before the class, we can get some information, and we may ask the queries, so it will be much easier being a non-finance background. So I think this should be beneficial for us.
No. WhatsApp group previously we have done. Now we are not doing. If you want, you can write to the help desk, director help desk. Director has to decide. It is not in my hand. Okay.
Madam, I have one question.
By yourself, among yourself, you may create and you can discuss with your classmates. That is
So
nothing
I
wrong.
don't have all the contact details of the. So can I share the link with this group in this chat box so
That's
that can
why
others can join?
that group I cannot create. It is in office director instruction only they will create. So you write a mail to director help desk. Let director decide, and if he says they will do. Previously we have done that WhatsApp group. It is we are finding practical difficulties for answering this group. So that is why we stopped. If you suggest through help desk mail to director, according to his view, it may continue.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, I have one question. Ma'am, if I suppose skip first semester 2 or 3 exams, do I need to register for the exams by paying the fees, or I don't register it, or I pay the fees when I give the exam?
Now what is the procedure they are having, I do not know. Previously, first semester, first appearance should be made. You have to pay fee, like that they had in the examination. I do not know, you have to ask examination wing. 436 during working day you contact them.
Ma'am, 436.
Last that office number 436 0413 2654 436.
2654. Ma'am, nobody picks up the phone. I'll try it again.
What can I do? That is the S4
No,
number.
if there is some mobile number we can contact or some coordinator has been made for this.
You send help desk mail, they will reply.
ठीक है ma'am.
And madam, one question.
Can you repeat the number again, ma'am?
Yes, any one of you please stop.
Ma'am, can you repeat the number again, ma'am? 041?
13, that is code, Managerial code. Okay. 2654 is the standard number. 436 is the examination wing number. Last number is 436. It is in our website. All the numbers are available.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, bye.
Madam, regarding document verification, we don't have any received any call or message or any email when it will be done, or it has been completed, or what?
You have to watch
Actually, I
our
have wrote an
website.
email. Yeah, I have wrote an email to the help desk,
You have
but
to
there is.
watch our website. So individually it may reach or may not reach. Generally they used to give SMS, group SMS. Sometimes it may miss out. So you have to watch out our from time to time you have to watch our website. Website everything will be there. Okay.
Actually, I have one doubt, ma'am. During exam time, ID card is required because still we didn't receive the ID card.
ID card, they are doing process. I think you have to ask the technical persons only. 439 you call.
Okay, thank you, madam.
All the questions asking me, what can I do? Okay, bye. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, guys.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now break for 1 hour, or what is that? Anybody aware of the schedule?
What's schedule?
It's a break for 1 hour.
Yes, so 1 hour. Break for 1 hour. Yes, it is a break.
Hello, I have a request for everyone here. Why can't you people mute the time of presentations? This is repeatedly happening. We are all matured guys. Keep it muted now. Whenever the lecture is going on, keep it muted. Whenever you have the doubts, that time you can unmute and talk. This is necessarily that household sounds are all heard by us, and kids sounds, everything is we are hearing. Please.
Yeah, I do have this request. Guys,
Okay, okay.
are you sure? Are you sure?
Aishu, can
Yes, tell
you,
me.
after talking to them now, just can you just post it to the group so that I can be aware? Because I also not willing to attend this time because it's very short span of time and I am not prepared yet. So I want use if you are coming, I'll also try. But if you are trying and getting some responses, just post it to the group if you are part of the group in WhatsApp.
We are not in the WhatsApp now.
Also, you don't have WhatsApp number?
So Aishu, shall I give you my number or you be able to tell me that?
We all can be in the WhatsApp number. I am having this same number as the WhatsApp number, but how we can contact now? Can you tell your number?
Yeah, you can note down 78.
1 minute. 7. Yes, tell me. Yes, tell me.
1
7845.
minute. Raji, 1 minute. 1 minute, hold on. Are you sure?
Yes, tell me, madam.
You don't have one. You don't have the number of WhatsApp group.
No, I am having my WhatsApp number, but we are not in the group. I'm not in the group. You guys
When
are in
you
the
say,
group already.
yeah, we are in the group.
Oh, okay, okay.
You can join
Sir,
in the group.
okay, sir. I'm not in the acknowledging that. Rajesh sir, can you please tell me your number so that I can contact you and I will also join in that group now?
Sure. You can. I'll add you to the group. You can note down my number 7845
Sorry, I can't hear. Can you please repeat?
7845
7845
46
46
63
1 minute 63
17.
6317 7845466317. Rajesh, right?
Right, right.
Rajiv,
Yeah, Ashwarya.
are you in this WhatsApp group?
Yeah.
I have not seen you.
No, you don't see me? 1
I
minute.
show you also connect to that WhatsApp group.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Ashwarya,
Anyway, all of them connect in that WhatsApp group and give a group message so that we can continuously be in that contact.
Okay, okay.
Could you please
Get
repeat
it?
the number? Can you give me the number again?
But Mr. Ravi,
What number?
you had
WhatsApp
created
number.
a channel,
So
right?
one can add me as well. I'm also not in the group.
Who's talking now?
Actually,
No.
the
Rajesh
channel
Reddy.
is not created by me. One group is created, WhatsApp group, and in
Yeah.
that group, everyone is an admin. Means anyone can add to anyone. Anyone can send the link to anyone. It's everyone is admin there.
So
Is it the
why
There's,
channel? Is it the
why
channel that
suddenly
you have
another groups are
about
so
I
prepared?
don't know, sir. I don't
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
sir.
There's so
Sir,
many groups are not good here. At
yes,
least to keep it in one group. There is a
yes,
channel
yes,
already,
yes.
WhatsApp channel. Ravi given me the link.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there is
that is
one channel from I think university side, DD Pondicherry.
no.
That
No,
That
no,
is
no.
different one. That is different. That is the with the all the universities information is there. But the one group we have that is only for students. We are connected there, and that group everyone. If you go in a admin panel means in a top one, so you can see each and every member are the admin
but I don't
authorized.
see any other channel actually.
No, that channel having all the information getting shared. Even the last three classes recorded link I have
Yes,
received.
yes, yes,
So
yes,
this kind of one group is better here instead of three,
yes.
four people group making a group separately.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
agree
I'm
on that.
not in the channel.
So it's not a channel, sir. Sir, if you want, anyone can share the number of yours to anyone, and they can send the link. As said, everyone is a admin. Otherwise, you can write down my number. I will give you the link.
Yeah, can you give me the link? Sorry, number. Your number
9830
9830
37
37
1737.
1737.
In these groups, everyone is an admin, so everyone can do anything with this group.
Okay.
Hello, Ravi.
Yeah.
What is that group?
Yes, Asurya, I'm not getting you.
You have told you have created one group in WhatsApp.
Yes, 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 yes. This is
What
we
is
have
the
done in a first day actually, when everyone we are struggling to get connected to everyone. That day we have connected.
okay? I will give my number. You can you
Ma'am,
add me to
ma'am,
this
do
group?
no, in that way I can't do that because I have to save your number, but I don't want to do that. You can write down my number and send me the hi, then I'll give you the link. You can join from there.
Okay, give me your number.
9830
9830
37
37.
1737.
Okay, I shall pin you. You add me.
No, I'm not only that. All the students, whoever they joined that group, everyone is admin. If you have anyone, any other colleague or any student in your contact, you can ask them. They can also add you. They can also share the link.
Actually, I have only one or two, but I don't know which group this number is going on.
I don't know which group you're talking. What's the name of the group? The group name which we are having, the students only. PU MBA semester 1 students only.
Actually, that was yes. Yesterday, someone told me Pondi, your uni MBA. That is the group that which we are having.
That he said for Instagram ID, maybe I forgot. I think
That is
Telegram
a
ID.
Telegram ID.
Telegram ID, they said. That's the Pranav. I think the only the person who is admin of that, and in the second one group, everyone is admin.
What is the second one ID?
ID is not the number. Student only. That's the name of the group. You can't send the link. You can. I think Ananthi also is there, right? Anant in the second group.
Yeah, I'm there, but I'm not the admin, I think so.
So there is no.
Actually, I don't know how to join this group because in this group all.
You have the WhatsApp number, right? You have the number, right? Okay, I'll give my number. Just send me hi. I'll give you the link. You can just click and join.
I'll
Nine
send
eight.
the message.
Yeah, 9830. You got it? Number. You have the number.
983037
Yeah. 1737. Yes.
Okay.
Sir, please repeat the number, sir.
I'll tell you, Prakash. Prakash.
Okay, ma'am. Oh, yes, ma'am.
9830
Okay.
37
Okay.
1737.
737. Ma'am, I'm repeating the number. Please check the number, ma'am.
Okay.
9830371737.
Okay. Correct.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Guys, next what class? Anyone knows?
1 hour break is there.
Next what class?
No idea.
Now it's lunch break, right?
Yes, now is lunch break. The next class will be 2 to 3, but I don't know what is the class will be.
Yeah, today the schedule, I think they confused it. டைம் டேபிள் மாறிடுச்சு ப்ரோ. காலைல ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பீரியட் அக்கௌண்டிங் இருந்தது. அது காலைல ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பீரியட் ரிசர்ச் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் ரிசர்ச் மெத்தடாலஜி வந்துட்டாங்க. அதனால நீங்க ஸ்கெடியூல் எதுவும் கரெக்டா இல்ல. ஆனா 2 o'clock கிளாஸ் ஆரம்பிச்சதான் தெரியும் யார் வராங்கன்னு.
புரியும் புரியா சரி bro.
ஈவன் HR கிளாஸ் கூட இல்ல இன்னைக்கு.
தெரியல ப்ரோ, ஸ்கெடியூல் சரியா என்னன்னு தெரியல.
மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் கான்செப்ட்ஸ் நினைக்கிறேன், தெரியல.
Rajiv,
Yeah, Aishwarya.
guys, the subject work in மாதிரி யாராவது intimate பண்ணுங்க, அப்பதான் தெரியும்.
Huh?
Ashutosh ji.
Whether the sir is came.
No.
Mundavalku.
There is a new member asking the screen. I am thinking the class has started.
Yes, good afternoon, all. We'll start the class, okay? I just thought I
Good
wait for.
afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. We'll start. I'm just writing it, and when just 2 minutes, waiting for some others also, then we'll start the class immediately. So whatever we saw today morning, I'm just writing it, that's it. So that will be easy for the next session, no? Kindly mute your mics, okay? In between the classes, it's little disturbing for others also. So that is the reason. So law of demand, then what did we see? Demand schedule. Is it me who have to admit them? I think I should admit them.
This is first semester MBA. Sorry to disturb.
Yes, sir. First semester MBA only, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm a resource person for the first semester management concept.
Resource person.
This is management concept class, ma'am.
So what class, sir? Now it is written as managerial economics, sir.
This is management concepts, madam.
Management concepts. Because I got it as managerial economics yesterday. Okay, sir. One second.
Management economics. Two to 3 p.m. is management concepts.
Sir, it is 2 to 3 p.m. It is the managerial economics 26/11/2023. This was post.
You got the timetable, madam?
மேம் அது செகண்ட் இயருக்கு தான் மேம் அப்படி போட்டிருக்கு. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயருக்கு மேனேஜரல் கான்செப்ட்ஸ் தான் மேம் போட்டிருக்கு.
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயருக்கு வந்து மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் கான்செப்ட்ஸ் மேடம். We have to go to the
Okay, sir. I'm sorry. Okay, sir. Sorry.
My presentation mode is off. My God. So many problems we have in the online. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Sir, you need to log out and need to come again, sir, as a host.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Even now, I'm not able to. Am I not the host now? The presentation mode is off. You know, what should I do?
Till you are a participant.
Till I'm a visitor? I'm coming through my mail only.
Still, it show you as a participant, sir.
Okay. I don't know. I'm coming through the mail only. Okay, now it's open. Wonderful. Okay, good afternoon. So very sorry to know.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon. See, we have a lot of problems.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
A wonderful time. Very good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
You are not allowed to share.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. You also cannot be able to share the screen, no? Even if I share the PowerPoint with you.
No, sir. We also cannot share anything.
You cannot share anything. My God, I don't know. I'm coming through. A presentation mode is off.
So you're not in meeting host, sir.
I think you have joined as a visitor, sir.
What class are now?
Management concept.
Managerial concept.
Okay.
What to do? I'm coming through the mail only, but I'm not able to access the presentation. Shall I ask the madam to?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Sir, usually they will call the help desk person to rectify it, sir. Previous ma'am also got the same issue.
Madam, I'm not. I have already got into the link, madam, but I'm not able to present my screen. The presentation screen mode is locked. Please. Very good. Okay, they responded. Thank you. My God. So this time, no, see, we have to, see, for management concepts, we have only 5 hours. And organizational behavior, you will have only 5 hours. Okay, altogether 10 hours. So 2 hours already gone. Okay, so 2.1 lesson we have completed. And we have to complete within these 3 hours, coming 3 hours, and today 1 hour, and we have 2 hours more. Within these 3 hours, we have to complete the portion. Okay, until that presentation screen is on, let me talk to you in brief about this. What we are going to see today is management by objectives, MBO. This is the famous concept. People adopt this concept. Okay, so they speak about while fixing the objectives, target, or organization goals. Okay, this is MBO is called as management by objectives. Okay, this is this credit goes to the concept. Credit goes to management guru Peter Drucker. Okay, he's the one who started this concept. And okay, so it is a definition. George Orwell, he gives the definition. MBO is a process whereby superior and subordinate managers of an organization jointly identify the common goals, define each individual's major areas of responsibility in terms of the results expected of him, and use these resources as guides for operating the unit and assessing the contribution of each of its members. In short, I would say, okay, MBO is a concept where this concept helps the management to achieve its goals, okay, by actively involving the subordinate managers. Okay, so the top management and the subordinate management, okay, the employers and employees join together, sit together, plan together, and achieve together. And they will also take corrective measures. Okay, so by which the organization is able to achieve its target. Okay, once upon a time, management was it was giving simply directions. Nowadays, it is not so. Nowadays, they are treating the employees as their assets, as their partners. Okay, that's why participatory management is insisted upon. That's why this type of management, MBO will be always helpful to achieve the organization goals. So, organization, what it requires now, achieve the target, achieve the objectives. In what way? In this new method. This is a participatory method, because man now expects respect. Man now expects the dignity, honor, okay, recognition, Okay, without this, no, they don't want to know, they don't want to remain in the organization. Wherever they are honored, wherever they are recognized, there they contribute their maximum. So that's why the concept has come. Okay, so the nature of objectives. Okay, the objectives may be in quantitative or qualitative terms. Objectives of hierarchy. Okay, you can have short-term plan, long-term plan. Okay.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Are you sharing any PPT to us?
That's why I have communicated. Yeah, I have prepared the PPT, my dear.
Now you're not sharing, right? I thought my screen is not reflecting your PPT.
This is a problem. No, I have communicated to the madam because.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, sir.
But I have the PPT with me. After the class, I will be sharing with you in the group, MBA general group, as well as to some of you. Okay, and before that, the problem is solved. I will be able to, because the time is going on. No, okay, so we cannot waste the time. No.
Yeah, okay, sir. Okay, sir.
I will continue, okay? But you understand, no? See, simply you listen to me, okay? You'll be able to understand. With this, no, you see, simply you listen to me. With this, no, you'll be able to know right example, okay? So the process of MBO, okay, I just explained to you about what is MBO, but the process, okay, how in the process, how it is taking place, what are the steps or stages? Okay, first, no, establishment of goals for the whole organization. So you have to establish the goals, okay, for the organization. You fix the goals, you fix the target. Then preparation by subordinates of specific goals within the framework provided by the superior. Okay, so you have to know both subordinates and superiors, they join together, okay, you prepare them and you tell them what are the specific goals. And third point, you have to third stage, joint discussion of an agreement upon the goals by the superior and the subordinate. Okay, both of you, management and the employees join together, sit together, discuss together and decide together. Okay, what can be achieved, what cannot be achieved, and what do you want, what resources you need, okay, in what way you have to make changes. Okay, all this discussion, no, you can make. Then afterwards, no, joint review progress, okay, at regular intervals. Okay, so when you are going to start implementing all those goals, okay, and you also have a regular follow-up, regular checkup, maybe by every month or see in the colleges, no, they'll be conducting always a HODs meeting. Okay, in the HODs, no, the HODs and the top level management, they join together, sit together, discuss together. Okay, they review together and they take corrective measures, and again they go for implementing the goals which are rectified or reviewed. Okay, these are the steps. Once again, I repeat, you have to establish the goals for the organization. Then you have to prepare the subordinates. And third one, joint discussion. Fourth one, joint review. Last one, corrective measures. So this is the process of MBO. This MBO question, they will 100% they will ask you. Okay, the advantages, okay, see what are the advantages. So the people are happy, because they are given recognition. So they also contribute. Okay, the employees also contribute. Okay, contribute for the growth of the organization. The top level management comes to know the role of the employees. Okay, so both of them join together and discuss together. Okay, they work for they think the company. They also join. They also participate. They share their resources, share their knowledge, and they discuss their actual performance, and they decide the expected performance, and they take corrective measures. So it is a collaborative work. So this is what about MBO. So we are moving to the next lesson. So in that, before that, any doubt with regard to MBO? Anybody? I shall move to the next one.
Yes.
Shall I go to the next lesson? Shall I go to the next lesson? Okay. So,
sir, could you please explain the process of the MBO?
Process once again. Okay. See.
Yeah.
See, this is MBO is nothing but management by objectives. This is what MBO. Okay. So management is fixing the goal, fixing the target. Okay. This we want to achieve. Suppose this time we are going to produce 100 cars or new model cars or a two-wheeler which can use both petrol and battery. Okay. Suppose you have that type of target, that type of, and we are going to produce or manufacture per year 1,000 cars or 1,000 two-wheelers. Suppose you have like that. Suppose you are in a hospital management, hospital organization. Okay, you think that this time, no, we have to make this type of surgery. Our hospital should become the #1 hospital in India or in our state or in our district. Okay, so such type of goals, no. So you have to fix the goals first. It's the first step. Second step, you have to preparation of the subordinates, preparation by subordinates. Okay, who are the employees who are going to take up that responsibility? Okay, who are going to implement that goals? You have to find those people, find those employees, find those subordinates. Okay, you prepare them, you tell them that these are our goals. The superior, the top management is sharing the information with the subordinates, with the employees. Okay, sharing the information, sharing the goals, second step. Third step, you have a joint discussion. So both of you, both the management and the employees join together, sit together, discuss together. Okay, so this is what we expect from management side, I say. And you from employment side, from employee side, you say, so are not possible, sir. Sir, we want this much salary, sir. Sir, we want this type of human resources, sir. We want technological person, sir. We cannot do within this time framework, sir. We want time more, sir. Suppose you want to know, so your suggestions, your ideas, they are taken up. Okay, the management is with you. Okay, so this, why do you need these things? You will explain. Okay, oh, this way you want, no? Okay, we will do it. Okay, so it is a collaborative discussion. Okay, both of you join together. In the traditional way, no, what happens? The top level management, whatever they say, no, we have to simply follow. The management, the employees have to simply follow. That is the traditional practice. But the new and modern practice, that is MBO, they are not giving directions. Management, top level management is not giving directions. Rather, it is explaining to you. It is asking your participation. It is asking your ideas. So that is what happening. The third step, joint discussion. And fourth step, it's a joint review at regular intervals. Okay, you have fixed the target. Okay, you have found out the resources. You are going to delegate the responsibility and authority, and you are in the process of action. You are doing now, implementing the policies of the management. So while you are implementing, while you are practicing, you need to check up, no? You need to have a regular checkup, no? As you know, doctor gives medicine, but the doctor is also asking you to meet him, no, after 2 weeks or after 3 weeks or after 1 month. Okay, if you are a patient, okay, if you are a diabetic or if you are a patient with blood pressure and other problems, okay, severe problems. Likewise, no, there should be a regular checkup. You don't have regular checkup or follow up, what will happen? Okay, then nobody is there to supervise and monitor. Then what will happen in the course of time? You will forget and you will not accomplish the objectives. That's why we need to have a regular review process. And finally, there are some corrective measures. Last step, no, there should always be a correction. Okay, but people are not ready to accept the corrections. No, that's why they join together. Okay, it is a collaboration. It is a teamwork. Okay, oh, this is a mistake. Oh, we are not able to achieve this one, sir. Okay, this we have to rectify. This we have to change. Okay, this you have to, sir, pay the employee. No, you are giving too much, sir. You are giving 10 hours a day, sir. It's not possible, sir. And you are also asking them to work on Sundays, sir. You can have a shift wise, sir. Likewise, if they are working on Sundays, sir, you can give double wage, sir. Maybe no, the problem it is because of it we are not able to achieve, sir. Okay, you can take, or some people are not qualified, sir. Some people, they don't have skills, sir. So we have to replace them. We have to change them into other departments, sir. And we have to find out the appropriate person in the particular department, sir. Where then the function, it will be all right, sir. So do you understand these type of things? No, the corrective measures can take place in the MBO. So these are the 5 steps: establishment of goals, preparation by subordinates, joint discussion, joint review, corrective measures. This is the process of MBO. Okay?
Okay, sir. Makes sense, sir. Thank you.
Okay, because we are taking too much time now. Policies. This 2.3 is policies. So we are going to study about policies. Policies, see the manager, see every time, he faces different situation because we are studying management concept. Okay, so policies. What do you mean by policies? People know, they say no. Oh, in our management, this is the policy. Okay, so we'll be having after 2 years only we will be making you permanent. Okay, after 2 years, in the first 2 years, first year you will be getting 20,000. In the next year, after completion of the first year, so you'll be paid time scale. We'll be giving 5,000 more. Then after 2 years, we'll be we'll be putting you into scale of pay where you'll be getting your salary will be doubled. Okay, see, for each person, for each situation, management cannot act in different way. Then there will be a confusion, there will be a problem. That is why there is a policy. Policy means the management. Yes? Anybody?
It's a set of rules I am telling.
Set of rules and regulations. Yes, set of rules and regulations, so that will be helpful for a manager to follow. Okay, simply follow, and there will not be any problem. Okay, so policies provide the basic framework within which managers operate. Okay, policies exist at all levels in the organization. Okay, so what are the types of policies? So we have originated policies, appealed policies, implied policies, externally imposed policies. Okay, these are the 4 types of policies. Okay, what do you mean by originated policies? This is top management formulates policies for the important functional areas of business such as production, marketing, okay, finance, personnel, and so on. The objective is to help the concerned managers in decision making. Okay, this is originated. This is to help the managers. Okay, this top level management, they frame the policy. This is what called originated policies. Appealed policies. Okay, here managers quite often confront with the peculiar situations as to whether they have the authority to take a decision on a particular issue or problem. Okay, so there he appeals the matter to the superiors for their thinking. So the decision taken by the higher ups becomes a policy. This is so the manager is is doubtful whether to follow this one in a peculiar situation. So he asks for the top level management. Then they say that this you have to follow, and that becomes the policy. Okay, they give the decision, they take the decision, they show the direction, and then thereafter that becomes a policy. This type of policy is called appealed policy. Do you understand, everybody? Because I'm sorry, I'm not able to get the presentation mode. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So third one is implied policy. Implied policy, see, in some cases there may not be specific policies for all the different situations, unexpected situations. So managers draw meanings from the actions and behavior of the superiors. Okay, they see how the previous managers or other managers, the managers from other departments, how they behave, how they take action. So they simply follow. It is implied, it is understood. Okay, there may not be a policy in existence, or there may not be a policy in written form, but they'll be following. Do you understand? Okay, there may not be in a written form, but they will be following. Suppose, for example, in your department, you have a policy in your company that you always give respect and give importance to the customers. Okay, customers' problems, disputes. Yeah. So if you have a dispute in your department, and you go immediately and solve the problem. Okay, you leave all other work and solve the customer disputes. Then nobody will question you, because your company's main policy is to solve the customers' disputes, customer problems. Okay, this policy is implied. Okay, then fourth one, externally imposed policies. Okay, these are policies which are not deliberately conceived by the management, but they are rather imposed on the organization by the agencies in the external environment, like government. Okay, government, this is externally imposed means somebody imposing. Not the government, not your company is formulating, but like other agencies, like external agencies, like a government. Government will take hereafter recruitment. If you take recruitment, you ought to take people from the local area. Suppose if you have recruited people, you have to give them a scale of pay. You have to give them recruitment. You have to give them annual increment, incentives, all those things you should give. You have to pay them, the extra time benefits, everything. Okay, these things that will also come through the government and other agencies like trade union and other things. These policies are called externally imposed policies. Okay, what is the importance of policy? Why do you need policy? Because they provide the framework for decision. Okay, it is very, very helpful. Okay, you can simply know, people come and ask you why you got done this. Then you can simply show, see, this is our company policy. We are simply following. That's all. The problem is over. And ensure consistency in operations. You have no consistency. Okay, you will not have no different approach. Then people will say you are showing partiality. You are fine. No, you are not. Doing good to all of us. Okay, so then there will be a complaint. So it will be a consistency and principles of policy making. Okay, so how you have to make up? See what are the principles of policy making? If you are making a policy, so define the business, assess future environment, ensure availability of resources, communicate the policies. So what is your business? The principles of policy making. So these are the 4 principles. Okay, before making, you should know what is your business and assess the future environment, what will happen. Okay, and what are the resources available. And after doing all this, analyzing all these things, you have to come out with a policy, and that policy should be communicated to all your members. And policy formulation. Okay, see how to formulate the policy. So you should know the corporate mission. Okay, the vision, the aim, okay, the aim of your organization. Then you have to appraisal of the environment. What is your environment that you have to evaluate? Then make an also analysis. Then identification of alternatives. So any problem happens, you have to analyze your SWOT analysis of your company. Strength, weakness, O for opportunities, T for threats. Okay. So what are the SWOT analysis for your organization? What is the strength of the organization? What is the weakness? What is the opportunity? What are the opportunities in the future? And what are your threats? What are your competitors? Where are your problems? Okay, do you have any alternative? Or suppose you are starting a business and the same business started by somebody. Okay, so what are the alternatives? Because you have invested a lot of money, you have recruited people, and all of a sudden you have got a competitor. Okay, you start a biryani, famous biryani shop. You say Diwan biryani, then another one comes Duwan biryani. You know Talapakatte biryani, do you know?
Yes, sir.
See, some Tamil Nadu people know. See, they say Talapakatte biryani, one brand. They started Talapakatte. Then the same, with the same brand, another competitor, they started Talapakatti biryani. Okay, Talapakatti. The one is Talapakattu, another one is Talapakatti. See, the competition, he invested a lot of money, one who founded Talapakattu, and then under the same brand, another one started. So people, they think, no, everything is one and the same. But what will happen to the one who started the business, invested money, got a new idea? Okay, everywhere it happens. No? So the company should always have alternatives. So whenever you frame the policy, you should also have an alternative choice of the right policy. If there are many alternatives, what you have to choose. Okay, that you have to then finally you have to implement policy implementation. So all those things you should have in your mind. Okay, then we will go to the next lesson, decision making. Okay, so management, when you study about management concept, all these things, you should be familiar. Okay, what do you mean by policy? You should know. Policy strategy, you should know. Policy formulation, you should know. What do you mean by MBO? You should know. See, all these concepts, you should have understood, and you should keep them in your mind. Because only then you will be in the future, you'll be in the policy making board. Okay, you'll be the manager. You should know, okay, what these things, okay. That's why you should know each concept, clear. The decision making. So decision making is important, for any manager, many problem happens, when the people, they don't take right decisions in the right time, they take wrong decisions in the right time. Sometimes they postpone, sometimes they don't respond. Okay, The wrong decisions, no, they will make no greater repercussions. Okay, even in the cricket, no, you have to in the cricket match, you have to send the right person in the right time. Okay, you should not to choose the wrong person at the right time. Then the whole match, will be collapsed. So likewise, so the decision making power which distinguishes a manager from others in an organization. Okay, so there hardly a day passes without making some decision or other in the executive life. So whatever a manager does, he does through making decisions. Okay, why manager is paid too much money? Why the manager is going by AC car, or why he is in the AC room? Because his job is like that tough job, that is taking decision. Okay, the right decision should be taken. Okay, so decision making, it is a continuous process. Okay, see, he has to take every day. They will pay, all the others will come with the problems and proposals. Sir, what should we do, sir? Now I have got a co-host. Thank you, wonderful. Now I will share my PPT. So after the class is over, I will share after 4 o'clock, I will share the PPT in the MBA general group. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you. Management concepts, PPT.
Sir, while taking the decision, manager is conscious about the things, right, that is happening. And now, sometimes the decision that they are making, it should not be, sometimes it may follow, because the workload and the pressure that they have at the same time, it's very difficult to manage as a manager, because we work collaboratively with managers. So understand something that, some another way they are taking, emotional decisions. Sometimes they are looking at the revenue decision, because we get the revenue, and sometimes we take the decision. Then that point of time, it's very sometimes it's been difficult to the lower level who is managing that accounts as a customer portfolio. So that point of time, I think the decision making should be proper analyzed with the help of the lower people. I mean, say the first level of the person who are collaborating with the managers.
Yes, what you said is 100% correct. So that's why, see, the manager's role, is really, a tough role. They are respected. They are highly paid. Because, taking decisions, nowadays, you have so many alternatives. You in the Google, you find so many alternatives. You ask one question, you have a lot of answers. But what is the right answer? What you have to choose? That is choosing, choosing the right one in the right time, that that involves a lot of experience. Okay, lot of thought process, knowledge, high caliber. That's why but this is a skill. You can learn. This is a skill, as all of you studying in MBA to become managers. Okay, and some of you are working as managers, so you will be having an experience. And some who are not trying to become a manager, you can learn this a skill. So it is as our friend he said, it is a tough role. Okay, so it involves a choice. You see, it involves a choice characteristics. Therefore, presupposes the existence of alternatives. You have a lot of alternatives, and you need to find out what are the which one is giving maximum benefit to the organization, maximum benefit to the employees. Okay, what are the negative repercussions or positive repercussions, positive impact? Okay, all these things, the analytical skill is important. Okay, this is a problem. So some decision create a big problem. Okay, some decisions will make the employees happy. It will totally change the atmosphere. So that's why it should be very, very careful. The government also sometimes their decision. Okay, so so I don't want to speak anything from the government side, but you see, suppose government says anything, it takes a decision, then immediately this one, Agnipath, Agnipath, when they introduced Agnipath, 3 years of military job, 3 years or 5 years, I do not know.
4 years, sir, 4 years.
4 years, sir. 4 years.
4 years. Then people are not ready to accept, no, everywhere a problem, no? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
sometimes it will happen. So we have to be very, very careful. It will totally it will change, the perspective on the government. So decision making is always purposive, and that decision should aim at achieving some purpose. So,
Sir, the problem is that where the government is making decisions, the people are not known to the particular fact that what they are going to decide, because they are deciding something else, and there are some extruder that they will spread the news in a different way, and then people are conceiving it's a different manner. So
yes.
that also matters, that what are going to
Yes.
give the information, it should be
Yes.
properly absorbed by the people.
Very good, very good. See, first of all, no, we have to create a trust and confidence on the people. Okay, the manager, no. So people know in your workplace, no. See, oh, this manager is a good manager. Good manager, you'll be always doing good for us. Okay, so they must first of all, the manager should create a trust and confidence on the employees, on his colleagues. Okay, then he has to prepare the people before taking decision. Suppose we are taking a strong decision. Okay, in a critical situation, you are going to take a strong decision. So you need to prepare. You need to tell them. That's why sometimes fake news is spreading. It creates a lot of confusion, problem, a disaster. Okay, so you need to prepare the people, and see, whatever I do, I will be always doing good for you. Okay, this is the case. In our country, this we need. Okay, this is a problem. This will not affect the future. Okay, in this way we will be helping. Okay, there are many things. You have to explain and prepare. Only then you have to take a decision. Okay, what are the types of decisions? Programmed and non-programmed decisions, operational strategic decisions, organizational personal decisions, individual and group decisions. Okay, so these are the types of decisions. Programmed decision, they are normally repetitive in nature. Okay, simply you ask for leave. Okay, so what is the usual procedure? Okay, you get the permission from your HOD, and you can go department head, and you can go. Okay, so the things that are repetitive in nature, so for which you simply, the decisions already fixed, you have already programmed, you are having already a solution, you already have a decision, you have to simply tell them, that's all. This is programmed decision. But non-programmed decisions are different in that they are non-routine in nature. Okay, they are not routine, they are not repetitive, they are related to some exceptional situations. Okay, in an exceptional situation, you should know how to behave, you should know what to do, you should know what decision you have to make. Okay, sometimes in a situation, sometimes the ladies they say, sir, it is because some problems, sir, we are not. So you should not know that they should come in person, they should come and ask. Okay, there are some exceptions. You have to understand a problem, okay, in a humanistic way. There are some situations which are not repetitive, so you should know in those situations how to react, what decision you have to take. An operational or technical, operational and strategic decisions. Okay, so the primary purpose of operational decision is to achieve high degree of efficiency in the company's ongoing operations. Okay, so the operation where they are in the workplace. Okay, in the workplace, the working in the better working condition, effective supervision, prudent use of existing resources, better maintenance of the equipment, all this operational process. Okay, the workplace, the production process, manufacturing process. Okay, all these come under in this category. Okay, then the strategic decision is totally different. Strategy means it's a long-term plan. Strategy. Okay, you have a technique, you have a plan, you have a futuristic plan. Okay, that is the strategic plan. That is about your future plan for a company. You are expanding a business or expanding a product. Okay, you are changing the product mix, you are shifting the manufacturing facility. Okay, you are entering into new market, you are expanding the scale of operations. This is what called the strategic decisions. Okay, then organizational decisions. This organization decision taken by managers in the ordinary course of business. Okay, in their capacity as managers relating to the organization issues Okay, for decisions regarding introducing a new incentive system, okay, transferring an employee, reallocation, redeployment of employee. Okay, these are all organization with regard to the management of people. Okay, or transferring the person. All these things are called the organization decision. But the personal decisions, they are not, see, to take some decisions which are purely personal in nature. Okay, their impact may not exactly confine to their cells. They may and they may affect the organization also. For example, manager decision to quit the organization, though it is a personal in nature, but affect the organization. No, personal decisions. Okay, they may take they may take leave for 30 days, or they may take all of a sudden they may take 6-month holidays, 6-month medical leave, or they may transfer from this area to another area. So far, the people would have been very happy with that particular manager, and immediately he changes, though it is a personal decision, but it will affect the organization in nature. And individual decision and group decision. Okay, some decisions are taken by a manager individually. Okay, so he knows, okay, this decision he can take up. Okay, he knows the level of freedom. He knows the consequences. He knows the impact. He knows the positive and negative consequences. Okay, he can take up. He has 100% surety, confidence. Okay, to take up that particular decision in an individual manner. Okay, he can be sure that he will not have any problem if he takes that particular decision. But suppose if he takes a decision which will affect the organization, suppose he is going to downsize the employees, reduce the employees. Okay, big people is the big strength of employees are going to be removed from the employee workforce. Then you cannot simply take an individual decision. Suppose you are going to change the business, you are going to extend the business. Okay, you are going to alternate a manager. Okay, you want to be a leader. Okay, this will be very helpful even in your family. Okay, if you are taking a decision, each and every day we are taking decision. Okay, so if you are taking decision, these steps you have to follow. First, define the problem. Okay, first of all, you have to identify the problem. Then you have to analyze the problem. Okay, what does it need? Okay, what does it impact? What are all the things? Okay, it will create. 1 minute, something is coming. Okay, then so you thoroughly analyze the problem. Okay, then you come out with the alternatives. Okay, what are all the alternatives to solve the problem? What you have to choose? Suppose you have a heart attack problem. Okay, you have some problem in the heart. Okay, so what are all the alternatives? You can go for open heart surgery, or you can go for the stent surgery, or you can go for medicine, or you can go for other types of medicine. Okay, likewise, you have a lot of alternatives. Likewise, you have in the problem in the organization, what are all the different alternatives? Always you have to find out what are the different alternatives. Find out till the end, till you drain it. Okay, you have to find out the alternatives. Then evaluate each alternative. Suppose I choose this alternative, what will happen? Suppose I choose a second alternative, what are the positive impact, what are the negative impacts? Then you choose the best, select and implement the decision. Which one is the best? Okay, which alternative will not create major repercussion, major problem, but reduce the problem, and it will create a good impact, at least 70%, at least 60%. Okay, majority, maximum percent of positive impact. You choose that particular alternative and implement the decision. And after implementing the decision, you should not simply leave it. Okay, everything is okay. You should not think, but you have to find out, follow up. Okay, whether people are happy or not happy, or any problem again, then you have to check. And after getting the feedback, you can also change your decision or change the mode. Okay, these are the steps in decision making. So rationality in decision making. Okay, so it implements. So I told so far. Okay, maximization of the values in a given situation by choosing the most suitable course of action. Okay, rationality means thinking, reasoning out. Rationality is nothing but reasoning out. Okay, you use your knowledge, you use your thought process. Okay, analyze analytical skills and find out the best one. Okay, this is what this slide about. And barriers in decision making. Okay, what are the barriers? So the various barriers in the organizational structure also influence the decision making process. Okay, these barriers impede the process of identification of problem, analysis, development of the solution. Okay, the tendency to respond to the problem immediately without proper information thinking is a problem. Okay, see what happens now, people immediately respond. Any problem happens, you should not immediately react. People react. You should not react, rather you have to respond. Some people say a comment, some people come out with a problem, immediately you should not do anything. Okay, you have to wait. Okay, likewise in Tamil, Kandeen Sirayai. Okay, the Ramayana, the Hanuman, he says, Kandeen Sirayai. Sirayai Kandeen, he did not say Sirayai because something Sirayai Kandeen means, okay, he met, I met Sirayai, I met Sita ji, Sita ma'am. Okay, he said like that. So, because people sometimes they will immediately react. Okay, what died? Sita died. Then that's all. Then the whole atmosphere is changed. So he saw Sita. Okay, he's saying that's why he said seen Sita. Okay, contained Sita. Okay, so that's why you should not immediately react. That's the barriers. You should not immediately react. Rather, you respond to the problem. These are all the problems. So you should not. The tendency. We have this tendency of human beings to evaluate a given problem with the preconceived notions. Okay, always we have some bias. Okay, oh this person, oh these people will always do like that. Oh, these people, they always create problem. These young people they are not at all good. The old people they are never good. Okay, we have that preconceived ideas. Okay, tendency to resist new innovative solutions. The managers will always when people come say propose new idea. Okay, and immediately we will say no. Okay, you have to listen to them. Okay, first of all, listen carefully, listen attentively, and study. You have to tell them, okay, let me take a time. Okay, so these are the barriers and techniques of decision making. So the thinking. First one is the brainstorming. You know the meaning of brainstorming? You should be knowing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So you give a concept, you give a problem, and you ask people to think in a different way. No stop, okay? No block, no stumbling block. There is no full stop. You can simply think, in any angle, yeah, in any way. Okay, so you will get multiple solutions from the people. Okay, because you are given them freedom. Okay, this is a technique, brainstorming. You can ask people not to speak. And this one, another technique is synectics. Synectics is a technique is derived from a Greek word, which means fitting together of diverse elements. Fitting together of diverse elements. Okay, it starts on the premise of encouraging that this concept encourages novel thinking for the development of alternatives through putting together different ideas. Okay, so you ask them, the given problem is presented to a group of people with different backgrounds and varied experience. So it is a responsibility of the group leader to present the problem and lead the discussion in order to stimulate creative solutions. But brainstorming, there will not be any leader. Okay, people can think anything. Okay, they can say anything. But in the synectics, there will be a leader. And the team, the people who are in the team, they have different experience they have come out from different background. So you ask them to propose solutions, and the leader will moderate, and finally they will come to a final decision. Okay, that's what synect is, putting together, fitting together. Okay, fitting together the different ideas and taking a decision, coming to a common consensus. And the third one is operation research. Okay, see, operation research is a systematic method of studying the basic structure, functions, relationship on organization as an open system. Okay, so it also has some stages. It's a 6 steps in its approach. Okay, so the same thing, like identification of problem, then construction of a mathematical model to investigate the problem, Okay, you find out, okay, investigate and develop a good solution and test the model. Okay, then identify and setting up the control points, then implementation. Okay, this is also a technique, operation research. So that is what the lesson is over. That's the techniques of decision making, brainstorming, synaptics, and operation research. Now we are going to unit 3. Unit 3, organization structure and design. So we have 4 minutes. Maybe I can stop with this. Okay, we will start.
Yeah, sir. Can you in the unit 2? Can you also say if their case study?
Yes. But we don't have case study here. Yes, we have a case study. Wait. Okay, 4 minutes I have. No, I can.
Yes. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. I'll go to that. Remind me at the end of each unit I will cover this case study also. Okay, PPT, management concepts.
Sir, can you also explain how to we write the answer for case study? Hello.
How to write the case study? No.
Yes.
This I will explain to you. Then I will show you again. Okay, I will find out.
Okay.
This is you get 20 marks no for the case study. It's a very good. Page number
78.
78. Okay. See, you have a case study. See, they will be giving you a problem, okay? The case study is an individual problem, a problem of your manager, a problem of an organization, okay? Any type of problem. They may have any problem, okay? So, the problem is narrated. At the end of the case study, they will be asking you questions. So, you based on your principles, what you have studied so far, with those principles, and you should also analyze and you should also think, now you have been sharing, two of you shared with me, okay, you have to think in your own way as a manager. You take the particular role and you have to answer in your own way. So let us read this case. The day has finally come. Mr. Rajesh is to assume the position of president of Metro Manufacturing. Okay, Metro is a widely respected producer of high quality control mechanisms. When the previous president retired, Rajesh was identified as a likely choice for assuming the post. He was respected for his competence in the field and his ability to work with employees at all levels of operation. Rajesh arrived at work early this morning, not so much to work but to think. As he sits behind his new executive desk, drinking a cup of coffee, his thoughts go back to his early days with Metro. Okay, so far, the president is retired and they have found out Mr. Rajesh has they have found out a choice. So he is the now president of the Metro Manufacturing Company. Oh, he spends a lot of time in thinking. Okay, he's also when taking his tea, he's thinking about his early days. So 20 years ago, Rajesh was just a young man right out of college with no business experience and a degree in industrial management. He was hired as an assistant foreman and was placed immediately on the production line. Okay, so this man, this Rajesh, 20 years ago, he did not have any business experience as well as a degree. Okay, he was hired as an assistant foreman, was placed immediately on the production line. Oh, those were the days, he thought. Seems like there was a problem that required solving every minute. Okay, so he was not thinking about those days. Every time, I have to solve every problem. Thank goodness for the standard operating procedures manuals. Okay, so SOP, so he was simply following those procedures. And for a foreman, was patient enough to answer my questions. Did not have to make too many critical decisions then, but I sure was putting out a lot of daily fires. So he was finding a lot of problem. Okay, so as nostalgia, so he was thinking about the past. Influence continues. Rajesh thinks back to the time when he was taken off the production line. Okay, he was in the production line and promoted from the production line. He was taken away and promoted into middle management. Okay, so his promotion taken place. Things sure did change then. So things were changing, he thought. As production manager, he had to think further into the future. Okay, so as a foreman, Rajesh was primarily concerned with meeting daily production requirements. Okay, so as a foreman, okay, that is a preliminary task. Okay, but as a production manager, he had to think a lot. Now he had to plan weeks, even months in advance. Okay, as a manager, the human and communication problems remained, although it seems like the reports he had to write were longer. But as he remembers, the major changes occurred because he had to do more creative thinking. Laughing to himself, he thought about the time he went to the files to pull out an SOP for an unusual problem he had to confront, and there was none. He was frustrated because he had to handle the problem with little assistance. But as his analytical decision-making concept ability increased, he found himself using his technical skills less and less. Okay. Another cup of coffee provided the stimulus to think about this special promotion he made to vice president of planning 5 years ago. It was a major hurdle in his life because he had been in a heavy competition with 5 well-qualified managers. He had heard through the grapevine that grapevine means, from his colleagues, from somebody, okay, communication from somebody else. That is called informal communication, okay, that he received the position because he was able to think for himself. But because of his thinking ability, but even his past training did not fully prepare Rajesh for the demands of the job. He had to learn much of it on his own rather than thin months into the future. He now was required to envision years. Grinding, he remembered that at first he did not realize that there were so many people outside of production that he had to coordinate activities with. Marketing and finance had to be tied together with the production. His conceptual and decision-making skills continue to increase. A long time ago, the benefits of the good old SOP lost their way. So now he is not using the SOP. He is not looking at the manual and taking decision. Okay, so he is spending most of the time in thinking, analytical thinking about future. But now Rajesh, right, which says president. Now he is a president. Okay, so went as a foreman, then he promoted from production department, from production to vice president. 5 years, then president. New thoughts run through his mind. A whole new world opens to him now. He wonders that new requirements will be placed on him. Twinge of fear moves through his body as he thoughts of the new job take hold. What skills will now be needed to be successful? Okay, so you understood the case, no?
Yes, sir.
So it is because of his thinking, okay, analytical thinking, futuristic thinking. He is moving from one place to another place. He did not have a degree. He did not have anything, industrial experience. But he is slowly developing himself. Nobody is teaching him. He himself develops his skill and his position. Okay, now the question: as the president of Metro Manufacturing, what specific skills will Rajesh need to be effective? Okay, you tell me. See, now you have to simply tell me what skills he needs as a president.
Forecasting and decision making.
Problem solving. Okay. You can write anything. Okay, so he has to analyze the problem. These type of skills he is already having that skill. Okay, so he developed it slowly. Okay, when he was a foreman, he had this. Then he slowly elevated himself. How he elevated it is because of the decision making skills. And he has already these type of skills. Now he is not using even SOP manual. Okay, he's able to think for himself. He's also able to think for the company. He's able to find a lot of alternatives. Okay, he is also able to find out what are the problems that will come in the future. Okay, this you can write on your own, but based on the context, based on the situation you find in the case study, you have to simply develop. But you write a heading. You put a heading. And the presentation should be good. Okay, should not be writing like a big paragraph. Full page you should not write. You break into different paragraphs, make a heading, and you write. Okay, then how do the demands of different levels of responsibility change as manager progresses of the hierarchy? So he is asking. That's a question. How he is changing? How he is promoting? Okay, what are the responsibility he was having? Okay. And what general recommendations would you offer for Rajesh? You can write anything to Rajesh, okay? You can give your recommendation. Rajesh can do all these things.
Certifications.
Yes?
Certifications he can do.
Yeah. He's a very good sir. You are really finally Rajesh is really a good manager. So he was humble from the humble beginning. He was learning. You can also take up some online courses. You can also take MBA in Pondicherry.
MBA from Pondicherry.
Okay. No, you will also get degree. You did not get any degree, sir. But Rajesh can also get an MBA degree, because in the future you may become another. If you want to get a higher position, he also needs a qualification. You should also, so he is having a skill, you should also have a degree. You can also spend some time. Okay. This simply you are thinking. Your freedom. You have freedom to write. You understand? Are you happy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. So, wait, I will. Okay. So, very nice time. Wonderful time with you. Okay, we will see in the next week.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So, next week we are going to start the third unit. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
sir.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Guys, who are all here? Did you understand the class? Hello.
Yes.
Yes, there will be one more class.
Hello, good afternoon. Sorry, good evening.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm waiting for the class for the last 10 minutes. 10
Good
minutes.
evening, sir.
So,
Yes.
actually, we don't have much time. So, if one is taking more than exhausted time, it will be very difficult. Now, let us go for the second unit, which is required. How we can go for this infrastructure. I'll be not using much about the second unit about the infrastructure. But when you talk about this infrastructure, we have little more to say what actually this infrastructure is. Now, what is infrastructure? Any structure, can anyone tell what is infrastructure? What are the infrastructure we have in India? What are the different sectors in India we have?
Transport.
So what paper you are handling, sir?
What are the infrastructure you have?
Airport, railway station.
Transport.
First one is
Railway station, bus
Road,
stop.
rail.
don't say railway station.
Trains.
Roads, airport, ports, utilities, energy, railways.
Road transportation, air transportation, rail transportation, then
IT sector.
City.
information
Electricity.
technology sector, communication sector, then
Water transport.
Water supply, power supply.
water supply, sports, still anything?
IT as a service.
IT energy service,
Steel industries.
Power supply,
Metal-
electricity supply.
tourism, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tourism. You come across any other? Do you come across any other?
Healthcare sector, sir.
Healthcare sector,
And agriculture as well as non-agricultural sector.
agriculture sector, non-agriculture sector,
Manufacturing.
manufacturing,
Banking.
Hospitality.
hospitals,
Insurance.
insurance. Next, anyone?
Education.
Industrial sectors, small scale and big scale industrial sectors.
Industrial sectors. Yeah. So all these are related to
astronomy,
science and technology development,
Research and development.
astronomy.
Education, civil aviation, non-conventional, conventional. All these are related to your infrastructure, which is governed by the government of India. Now in the government of states. So mostly The infrastructure projects are related to the central government, where we talk about post and telegraphs, post and telegraphs. So next, the energy. We say last class we are talking about the we talking about irrigation. So how we can make the flood control for CDA, that is command area development. Energy, we say coal energy, electricity energy, oil energy, non-conventional energies. And we said about relating to transportation, we have rail, road, shipping, and civil aviation. Communication, we have land phones, mobile phones, telegraphs, telephones. And you're talking about a business, we all taking business, finance, insurance, etc. And other we say about the science and technology, is R&D, and other health, hygienic, and education. There are not only one, there are many are there. All these are related to a what you call as the infrastructure. Now, when you're talking about that, yes,
Sir, PPT.
no, I
is
won't
not
do the
visible.
PPT. That is only I'll go only with the text. I told you, no, I will be giving the PPT only at the end of the day. On second is Sunday.
See, what happens in this case is it gets a little difficult to correlate what has been lectured and what we need to imagine. Probably that's
எந்த
why
யூனிட்
people
போகுதுன்னே தெரியல.
You see, you have already the textbook which is given to you.
Which subject?
It is business environment.
Sir, now you're not going to share the PPT.
Afterwards, I told you, no, yesterday only I told. Somebody has given your mobile email, that what you call the phone.
No, sir.
WhatsApp number also is given.
Sharing the PPT for class.
I will share it, no problem. First we complete this one, then only we can see. Yeah. Now, when you're talking about this, the government having all this infrastructure. Now, when you're talking about our business environment, we have one criteria, what you call as liberalization, privatization, globalization. How this infrastructure is going to influence. Now, when you talk about this infrastructure, for example, you take about your economic consideration relating to your licensing, delicensing. How the delicensing is done. Now, we say about as per Rangarajan Committee and disinvestment, we say that our infrastructure relating to oil, that is oil and Oil India Limited, or you can say ONGC, or you can say telecom, you can say harbors, telecommunications, transportations, warehouses, except a few Navaratnas, all are going to be disinvestment by the government of India. So why we have to go? Because we say normally we say employment, education, etc. But probably when talking about this, there are strengths and weaknesses as for this. Suppose you take power in the country, how much power you are producing, how much electricity you are producing. If you are taking about education, how many education institutions are there? How many state institutions are there? How many central institutions are there? All are related to the infrastructure, where you have the strengths and weaknesses. And we have to make that remedies also. It is not only strength and weaknesses, but we have to take why this problem is coming out. Suppose you are taking transportation. So what is the length of railway track that is track is covered in India? What are the new tracks that is developed by the present government or the past government? How much electrification is done for this one? So these are what like this relating to this railways. We say that Indian Railway Technical and Economic Services (IRTS) and Indian Railways Construction Company (IRCON) we say, and we say IRTES, Indian Rail India Technical Service. What you call technical and economic services. They do consultancy and make the infrastructure development. Telecom. If somebody is doing something, I'm getting a sound. Krishnation or what is name? G. Please mute your mic. Right, when you're talking about the strengths or we say weaknesses, railways is also there, or you can say the airways is also there. We say now we are talking about the railways. We are talking about privatization of our Indian airlines to Tata. It was taken over by the Tata after 75 years. And what is the length of the road transportation we have? So when you're talking about road transportation, national highways, how many national highways you have? So each and every transportation sector you take or infrastructure you take, you have strengths and weaknesses, and the problems are there. For that, we have to make the remedies. And we take about the seashores or sea development. We have mostly with modest base, what we call 0.2 m GRT. That in 1947 to 6.3 m GRT. That is Greenwich. What do you call that line? Baseline.
Greenwich line.
Greenwich mean time.
No, that is GMT. GMT is Greenwich Mean Time. It is not a. This is a line which is passing through the border. So suppose India and Sri Lanka is there, in that one line will be there between.
What is the relative, sir?
Yes.
Is it related to the subject, sir?
Yeah, it is a seashore, no? Sea.
Yes, sir. Please explain the
Coastal line.
Yeah. Coastal line. Coastal line. How much coastal line is covered in this?
Okay, sir.
What you call the shipping. Now the sea transport is also increased. Now earlier we have only a few seaports. We have a Mumbai airport, we have Kandla airport, we have Pradeep port, we have Vizag airport. But now the government of India has what has done is privatization of ports. Now small ports are constructed in the respective states where there is a scope for constructing this sea transportation. So that is we can say technically fleet with an average 13 years against the world average 17 years. Now it is developing. Every country is talking about their international market. Exports and the imports are done with the shipping. So again, it is saying long coastal over of 5,700 kilometers. Almost all the whole of the foreign trade passing across the seas. So and why we have to talk about this one also? That is related to WTO. I think you may be talking about WTO, that is World Trade Organization, which came into existence in 1995. So that also says you have to do all the major ports to be privatized. That's why even in the ports, civil aviation, all and transportation are privatized by the government. So communication also privatized. These are the one of the infrastructure which you are talking about. And when you're talking about, telecom, this is already done in 1999. There is a Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, which has come into picture in 1999. So the privatization of telecom was done. So earlier we have only BSNL by dot that became BSNL, and BSNL was removed and now it was privatized. Even the broadband also, which is of a private sector. So there is huge expansion, but the government is not able. Only one thing it says is, we don't want any government sector to be invested.
Sir, sorry to
Yes, tell me.
Excuse me, sir.
Tell
Sorry
me.
to interrupt.
Tell me. Tangavelu, please tell me.
Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, you are asking some questions. You tell me.
Yeah, sir. Can we have a presentation, sir? Because the last 3 classes are going like this.
Yeah, I know that. Because my flow will not be of PPTs.
Sir, because there is no presentation, we lost in the
you lose the interest
over the.
You know that you listen to my wordings.
Thanks, sir.
You listen to my wording because I never, even my class also, I won't use any PPT. Even my regular class of 23 of experience also, I don't use any PPT.
I'm asking for
I told you, that's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you now.
is possible, sir.
I'm not doing any presentation. Only I'm using only mobile. Sorry, your mic.
This is the third class.
Yes, I told you. Because if I show some PPT, you not be that much. With this time, I can give topic also. Because this time is a constant for me. So when you're talking about this, we say topic. May I know who is this?
Excuse me.
May I know who is this? Karan? Please, students, I don't mind if you quit my class also. But don't use your mic on and make me hear to the voice. So, where you're talking about this telecom, we say TRI has come into the picture. But unless otherwise, there is a phenomenal growth. When you want a license, before the delicensing our telecom sector, we say we have to wait for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years before liberalization, privatization of globalization of 1991. So after 1999 only we got this mobile phones, 1995. So when you're talking about this, you presently see how much demand is for the mobile phones. This is the infrastructure we have. Cellular mobiles are developed. Infrastructure, you say about healthcare, where we have only one AIMS, that is All India Medical Science in Delhi. Now we say 29 medical colleges are there. AIMS are there in the, I think 20 AIMS college, medical colleges are there in the country. Super specialists also developed. So for advantages there, disadvantages there. So how to measure these remedies? So we have to remove these remedies. We have in telecom sector, we have a TDSAT, that is a Telecom Disputes Settlement Appellate Tribunal. So tribunals which is going to have this one, and now we are using this telecom sector, the spectrum, as using for education purpose also. Your military is using that spectrum normally. But we purchase the spectrum from the military with the government, and it is sponsored to the private people. Why are you using this 5G, 4G, 1G, 2G? As the bandwidth increases, as the spectrum increases, this infrastructure increases, only we will get 5G or 6G, whatever the G you have. To that extent, you have to develop the technology, infrastructure, communication technologies. Now, when you're talking about the science and promotion of science and technology, we say we have our ISRO now doing well. Knowledge for the economy. Earlier we have a industrial-based economy. We are moving to knowledge-based economy. How we are moving? Because of the education. Yeah, nearly 30 engineering colleges, engineering institutions are opened by this IITs, IIMs, NITs, IIITs are established in the country. How we are developing? Education is one of the criteria. The basic background of developing of technology in the country is our education. So we are using this knowledge for the production, and we are using this technology acquisition and diffusion. Now we are talking about how we are technology use. Now example I tell you. Russia used to support our Russia used to export BrahMos missile to India For 30 years or 25 years of friendship with Russia, the Russian government has agreed to transfer of technology of BrahMos. Now it's not simply transferring the technology, but it has made with the technology transferred with all the operations, manufacturing, technology, everything, spare parts. Initially, spare parts will be imported to the India, and everything will be manufactured in India with a project called BrahMos. So this is how we are going to diffuse this knowledge, and we're talking about the policy making by the government. New technology, science and technology. We have one called DST, Department of Science and Technology, which is enhancing this technology appropriation with manpower and managing the infrastructure, creating jobs. Earlier, we say if you are an engineering graduate qualified, means you don't have that much opportunities. Now, private, public, government, semi-government, all are going to have this one. That is, government is restructuring the policies related to technology and having establishment IITs, NITs, IIITs, IIMs, and business institutions. Now, when you're talking about the other issues related to your human resource development, we say it is very, very crucial. Where you talk about the human resources are increasing. So after the liberalization, privatization, globalization economy, our infrastructure has increased. Now you take about human resource development and related to your electronic governance, electronics, TVs, satellite. Where are opportunities? More people are coming into this broadcasting media. You see, people who are done their journalism, they have come into mass communication, journalism, mass media, and we talk about this one TV programs. Many new hidden talents are taken out by these TV shows. This is one of the care where you say that human people are coming out. The study of human resources is increasing now. You are nowhere the poor student. You are nowhere an untrained person. You are a trained person everywhere, anywhere. What you can do it. Our human index is increasing in the country. When you're talking about the other countries, suppose we are talking about America. We people are going to America and doing the job for the sake of money. We are a brain drain in America. We are seen as a bonded labor in America. We are not given much amount as compared to the Americans, whites. We people work for hours together, day or night, but salary is less compared to whites. They are eating our brain. They are taking our talent. So this is how your demographic transition coming from, where you say that is the births, deaths, and your qualifications which are related to poor diets, primitive sanitation, absence of medical aid, etc., agrarian economy. All these are related to this demographic in the transition. Now, when you're talking about second stage, we have earlier in the previous call also I told you when we have our independence, there is no much self-sufficiency of the agriculture foods. We are depends upon the foreign country, but now we are self-sufficient. We are able to export, so we are exporting the as the birth also increases, and the same time the death also decreases because of the infrastructure in medical emergency, medical establishments. We say medical infrastructure. The growth acceleration of the population is increasing. Now, when you're talking about third stage of your demographic, we say that industrialization. Now, I need not say about industrialization, how it has taken place. 1950 to 1956, 1956 to 1961. But only few years. We have 5-year plans. Now, the economy is changing. The industrial economy is changing. Wherever you see about our economy, it is relating to the development of economic structure, economic development, liberalization, privatization, globalization, and we say de-licensing, and in incorporating this more towards industrialization. So this third stage, which is a transformation from primitive high birth and high death rate in economy, with low birth and low death of the economy. Now we are talking about when the births are increasing, we are reducing the deaths also, because the medical super development in the country. Now we say recently we are talking about 2021, the pandemic. 2020 pandemic. World is in a dilemma where we will get the vaccine or not. But India, the pioneer in the country, in the world, with the collaboration of other countries and other universities of the world, our Indian companies have come forward to develop this medicine, Covaxin, Covishield, or some other. So the development is taking place. The death has come down. So the transmission is taking place from birth to death, and death decreases and birth increases. And the size of the population is also increasing. So when you talk about from 1981 to till present today, there is a stagnation of the population between 1891 to 1921, and 1921 to 1951 there is steady growth of population. But when you talk about 1951 to 1981, there is a rapid growth of the population. And in 1981 to 2001, you say there is a definite growth. The sign is slowing down of the population, because the population increase. Everyone has identified not having 2 or more children. Now only single child is very enough and become a nuclear family. Father, mother, and only one son, or father, mother, and one daughter. That's all. Now we see that also became very, very inactive. We see that now the people are not going for that much also. Not for one child also. Because the trend has changed. They want to have the happy luxury life. Now you see the population of India is more than 140 crores, comparing more than China. So this is how we are developing our technology, how we are transitioning from one stage to other side. So the one we are talking about the third transition, when you talk about the human development index, we say human development of India. So every country having a human development index, the government of India will take the statistics of government human index development. Again, United Nations also will give the human index development throughout the world. We are least developed country in human index. From the bottom, after the 180 countries, we are from the bottom, we are of 25th rank. From the bottom 25th rank, minus 125 means how much? Minus 25 means 30, 80. 155 rank we are in India. So why this is happening? Why the measure for human development is not taking place? What is the reason? Till now we are saying that the what you are talking about the human development index related to poverty. Now government is saying India is in poverty. India is poverty. How long you are in the poverty? Since my 53 years I am listening during my studies from 6th class to degree. India is a developing country. Is a developing economy. India is a developing economy. Is it still economy is developing? You see, our neighboring countries also developed well. You see Thailand, you see this one, what is that, next to China. Now you say China is talking about one country, no? What is that? Taipei, Chinese Taipei. So they are all developed.
Taiwan.
Sorry, Taiwan. Now when you talk about this, why this is happening? Our productivity is less compared to other countries. Of course, we are moving equal to some other countries. But the human resource measurement has to be developed. Employment, where is the employment? For the last 10 years, there is no employment. Only I think government is saying around 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs employment has come. There is no 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs. Hardly it may be of 2 to 3,000 people may be employed. So this is where you see the skills, where the skills are developed in the when there don't give any training to them. When comparing to human development index, we say that Norway may be of point, maybe standing first, Canada second, United third, Japan fourth, and Norway first, Canada 4, United States 8, Japan 9, and United Kingdom 12, and South Africa, South Korea 28, and Mexico 53. And we talk about India, it may be of 127th rank. So when you talk about low human index, we say Pakistan 142. We say that Nigeria 151, and we say Niger 176. The least countries. Now, how you say all this one? How your human index is very less. We are talking about per capita. Our per capita is around 70 to 80,000. But do all the people are getting 70 to 80,000? So some may be below poverty line, some may be high above poverty line. But in comparative that, we are very less. Depending on the PPP, that is power purchasing priority. Your purchase is consuming at least rupees 50 a day and eating food for thrice a day, you call him above poverty line. But in India, there is no situation like that. Now, that depends upon the countries where it is developed. And when you're talking about gender-related development index, we talk about, we say that female life expectancy and female adult literacy and gross enrollment ratio, female per capita income. Now, when you're talking about as far as the gender-related, now we are saying that for every 1,000 male, there are only 900 female. Except we say that in Kerala. So why this index is changing and why gender index is changing? Now, when you talk about the female life expectancy, how long a woman can live? Normally, we are saying the minimum life expectancy is around 30 to 40 years. But you are saying a woman is living for 60 years, 70 years, 80 years. What is the minimum age? Minimum life. Now the technology has developed, medicine has developed, everything has developed. Their female life expectancy has increased. Even for the cancer also, we are having the medicine. So earlier we have no cancer medicine. They used to die immediately after having the cancer for 1 month or 2 months. So advanced the technology has increased the life expectancy of the people. And the female adult literacy, now everyone is getting educated. And the gross enrollment has increased in the rural areas and urban areas also. And I think in few areas, villages, it is not that much developed. And on average, there is a little bit of development in the enrollment, gross enrollment, and women enrollment in education. We say that the government has taken major steps to increase the female adult education. Make them to educate, at least to read, write what is going in the outside the environment. And what is the per capita income of the woman, that is female? When you talk about the per capita income, it is very, very less. It is dominated by the male people. So that's why the per capita income is very, very less when comparing to the male. Now when you're talking about this Human Poverty Index, HPI, Now, as you say that why there is a poverty is increasing. Really reflecting to the human poverty, that the Human Development Report, now the recently 2022, every year the UNO will release the HDI, that is Human Development Index, related to health status, economic status of that particular country. Ours is somewhere around 125 rank or 150 rank. Where we are? Why you are not bothered about this human index, gender index? So that is the earlier the human index, that is when say the poverty index, the people like women used to say their life expectancy is 40 years. Now they have increased. Why they are increased? How it is increased? The steps taken by the government. There is a state government or central government because of the health infrastructure. Health services you are providing to these people. Now say morning 5 o'clock to evening 10 o'clock. Every time they are doing the job only, housework job. If the employee woman is there, morning 10 o'clock she will go and evening 5 o'clock she will come. Again from 5 o'clock to evening 10 o'clock she will work for her house. Before going, after going to the office also, she will work for the family. Now what is that they are doing? What is their health condition? This is not the, and if you say talking about safe drinking water, this is also another, we are not getting any safe drinking water. Now that's why we are purchasing the mineral water from the water suppliers. Why? If a government thing, can it provide? Can't it provide the safe drinking water? Why don't you have every street you have a RO water plant? Why can't it supply it through municipality? Why this tendency has developed recently? Now everyone is addicted to have this mineral water only, not the groundwater. Not the groundwater or your municipal water. So when you're talking about another one is malnutrition. The gender index is also changing because of the malnutrition. Suppose you take Nigeria, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia, and mostly with the Somalia. You can't do business in Somalia also. You will fight for the food there. If any ship is going with the food, they will attack that ship and they will take away the food material or raw material, whatever it may be. And if it is not consumable product, they will leave it. Else, they will catch hold of the ship. They take money, they take a product, they take services, everything, and do business with other countries. So when you're talking about to promote, this is a declaration by the United States in 2015. When you talk about this, to promote that is a Human Development Index, the people living are less than $1 per day. The people are earning $1 per day, less than $1. So $1 is equal to how much? 1 rupee is equal to how many dollars? $1 is equal to how many rupees? As of now, I think we don't have 87 rupees. So they have to promote all this one. They have to make a self analysis how they are developing, and whether the product is manufactured with metal or plastic or whatever maybe, that also should be known. So it should require the universal completion of the primary school hold and gender equality in access to education, and also to the talking about the spread of HIV, AIDS, malaria and other diseases, that also can be reduced by declaration of the 2015. So when you're talking about the high Human Development Index for the various states in the country, we have Kerala, have the highest one, ranging about more than 60%. and Maharashtra is around 55%. You take Punjab, is around 51%. Tamil Nadu and Tamil Nadu 51%. We can say Haryana, other countries, which is more or less is equal to 45%. And we talk about Orissa and Bihar is 34%. Now that is the value of HDI, that is Human Index, HDI, Human Development Index. So when you're talking about this, we talk about the other aspect also. Which is related to this HDI. The value of HDI values may be unified upon the studies, that is ranging from 50.8% of the top management and 34% from Bihar and other state, and we talk about 97.2% from Taiwan. Now, when you talk about it, there are number of places are like UP, Bihar, and Kerala also take into consideration human development index number. Now, when you say about a human index number, so that what is the number you got as a human index as a so Bihar, UP, Kerala, MP, and so they think whether this human index will be increasing or decreasing. So human index is also increasing one, but we have to think how it is going to develop. The progress of the work should be known. Now, when the work, the purpose of the work is solved and of the qualification of this planning board, now we have to go for this validity. That is we talk about the knowledge based, and we can achieve that whatever the HDI we can achieve. So in the giving the millennium, that is 133 million to this 1971, and after that we are doing with other aspects. So develop the living conditions, living rules, etc. Having the a good infrastructure in everything, so that we can say that literacy people can be increases. What are the what you can say the factors which are going to educate the people, or which can be like to increase the promote human development. And when you talk about the global trends in business environment, we say business management. What is the global trends you have? Now, what is the global trend? What is global?
Like across the globe, like different countries and all.
Across the globe, what?
Operations.
Operations. So it depends upon your domestic operations or international operations or multinational operations. Domestic operations are within your. Yes. Yes. Domestic operations are within your company limits. It can modify, it can be changed, it can send any point of time. So based on that, we have this global trends and business. When you're talking about the relationship we have, one government have the relation with the other government. One government may having with the other foreign government. A foreigner company may have the link with the present government. Now, when you talk about this type, you have to plan how much you are going to have and how much you are going to have. So each of them you are calculating the revenue, and making the revenue relations between this profit and everything. But when we talk about the real term, we have to study about the relating to export of the product due to international business. Now, this international business or international, we have to talk about the international. The company has to show the marketing activities, how they are going to do it and how they are going to save it. So when you say this is how it is going to be a knowledgeable form. So you can transfer this knowledgeable to the HR objectives. Whatever you do, the official limitations must by authorized readers for the type of state you have. And other one we are talking about is business improvement. How the business is improved. The business has to be improved once upon a time. Trends in Now, when you're talking about this, where we talk about the relationship by authorizing a leader of the state. Now, internationally, that the government or state government or central government, where that we have the types of relationship. One is a cooperative relationship and oppositional relationship. Cooperative relationship between the political parties and non-political parties involving no power. Because these political parties are only going to influence the business. So if there is a joint venture, joint collaboration with the government, you can do as much as you can. Now, when you're talking about the opposition relation, that is, it may be in conflict among the group, and the members demand for the use of the power. So everyone uses the power. So we talk about this types of relationship between the usually what you call as industrial relations. Now, when you talk about this relation, international relations approach, how you approach, how you make the approach of that one. So, when you're talking about the approach, broadly speaking, we have two approaches. One is the classical approach and scientific approach attacks. Now, what is the classical approach? What they are doing? Now, when you say the prominent among this is a classical approach. We say conditionals. Last class, some madam is telling about a conditional approach. How you believe that conditional approach is working for that area. So in that particular time, particular area, particular marking should be done for everything. There is a mark for any government to not to cross this limit. So this probability may be correct for a perspective. So it may be correct because it was in the serial order and they are doing well. So we know that what they are doing. So we can say that's a historical approach for the international organizational achievement. So when you're talking about the international achievement, what you're doing in the country is not self-sufficient to do in America, because they have stringent objectives relating to the mementos. So this I asked. So relating approach you take it, the approaches we make it for international business are, we talk about the world war. It feels further divided and supply of military science and knowledge. So when you're talking about the average person, that should be counted, that should be taken care of with a due specification, then only you can make it. But if it is not there, you cannot do anything. And when talking about an industrial relationship, now when you're talking about the international relationship, what you are saying is one is classical approach and scientific approach. Now, what is a historical approach? What is called as a scientific approach? Why do you call it a scientific approach? So there is an underlying diplomacy and interrelation relationship of a particular studies. Now that's why government can sponsor some project, or you can sponsor some event by collectively what you are talking about. So the approach is not possible in modern world, and we are arranging them in the students' deep understanding of the problem. So when you understand something only, you can do anything. And the human resources allocation. Why there is an allocation of the resources? Now, when you're talking about a clear-cut idea about the about your demographic factors or others, we are talking about the organization internally. We should have talk about this international organization approach, which is helpful in getting the project done. So all are motivated to have this type of attitude when you're making it. So when you're talking about the other one is international law approach. When you have this difficulty with the Indian political leaders marker or everything, that can be used here. So international law approach, we are saying that approach, never ignore the internal politics. So there will be many politics will be absorbed by the political parties. So affecting the attitude of the power is the international sphere. When you talk about the international, we talk about the international sphere, where you talk about the power of the agent, etc., which is known, that can done with our permission. That is done only with this public working people. Now, using to the so when you're talking about the different forms of foreign investment, we talk about the magazine, we say from Karaikal to the Nagapattinam of the bus stand. So there the places you can have this date fixed at any point of time. So when you're talking about trends in Indian industry, there are many foreign investments are done in India, and we are talking about the foreign direct investment also. Now, what is the foreign direct investment in India now? Every country is a foreign direct investment in the country. So the trends in Indian industry, when you're talking about the different investments are done in the country. Now, when you're talking about foreign direct investment, just now I told you, foreign capital can never send in the form of a direct investment. You cannot send money to the neighboring countries or other countries, but this can be done with the sheet. So, how much it can be done? What is the direct investment? What is the capital required? What is the cloth required? How much cloth is required? So that will be done with the growth technique and growth and development of the economy. And we are talking about the foreign direct investments. So even if you take a person, he will estimate how much he can have the food in a particular morning. If you don't have any HDFC, he will go for a PVT and he say this is the presentation. But when you're talking about a presentation, you say that my presentation there with what do you call? What do you call the in the do you have any idea? Or we can say that a different form of foreign investment in India. Now we are saying playing Tash. We have foreign money to play Tash, duplicates which are not in the position. So now we are using balloons to know our secrecy agency or other foreign currency agency. Now when you're talking about this, the foreign direct investment is the form of direct investment. How you do make the direct investment? So one is with the collaborative foreign collaboration. So foreign collaboration, you can have the production to the company or to the management. So we'll distribute ourselves. Then inter-government loans, whether she or he, as a chairman of this World Development Forum, he has to make the tendency for doing these duties for them. So one sir will be marketing, one will be finance, one will be HR. So that will take place. Now this has totally come down. Now intergovernmental loans, you can provide loans for your state, I will provide loans for your state. Both are correct. Now when you're talking about the external commercial vehicle, you are talking about. Now when you're talking about the other key functions, what do you have? Foreign direct investment, that is FDI. And we can say that another one is use of insurance. Who will purchase the insurance? Those who have many are meeting, they can have the purchase of intention. When you talk about this, it is related to the law of insurance, where some direct will be there, some indirect will be there. And when you talk about the law of demand, when the price increases, demand increases, that also. Can you hear me, please? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Because
Yes,
the power has gone here. So I will continue the next class.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Guys, what are you doing here?